First item of business today is portfolio questions, and the first portfolio this afternoon is justice. If a member wishes to request a supplementary question, they should press the request to speak button during the relevant question. And the first question is from Jamie Lanigan. Jamie.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. To ask the Scottish Government if it believes rural crime is a serious issue affecting communities across Scotland and that local police presence is crucial to its prevention.
Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, the Scottish Government fully recognises the impact of rural crime and support action to tackle it through the work of the Scottish Partnership Against Rural Crime, a multi-agency partnership led by Police Scotland aiming to prevent, to reduce and to tackle rural crime. The partnership's strategy includes actions around how perpetrators will be brought to justice, how rural communities can safeguard against such crimes and how individuals can be diverted from being involved in them. There are also a series of local partnerships which have expanded across the country, strengthening the focus on prevention activity, particularly as criminality recognises no borders. And together, these efforts ensure a coordinated, intelligence-led response to rural crime and help protect our communities.
Jamie Lanigan.
Can I thank the Cabinet Secretary for his response, but highlight that the estimated cost of rural crime rose by 14% in Scotland in 2025, bucking declining trends across the rest of the United Kingdom. Does the Scottish Government consider the 180 police station closures that occurred across Scotland between 2013 and the end of 2025 to have stifled efforts to prevent and address crime in rural areas?
Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, I believe that the resources that are at the disposal of the Chief Constable are sufficient in order to ensure that police numbers can be maintained at 16,500, meaning that we have more police officers per head of population than in England and in Wales. That's supported by record investment of over £1.7 billion. Deployment decisions and the infrastructure decisions are matters that are operationally independent to the Chief Constable, but that strong resource position combined with the workforce of over 22,000 ensures the capacity to respond to both rural and urban demands.
Thank you. I have a supplementary from Gary Boose.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. It's Gary Bouse. Yeah, sometimes. Blouse is probably the main one. Can the Cabinet Secretary reassure my constituents that despite the unique challenges of rural policing, that recruitment pipelines remain strong, allowing the Chief Constable to keep police numbers in and around the 16,500 number?
Secretary.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I thank Mr Bowes for his question. The Scottish Government is investing record funding of over £1.7 billion in 26-27, and the Chief Constable has confirmed at the Criminal Justice Committee that the budget allocation will allow her to maintain officer numbers at around 16,500. Police Scotland maintain that they have a healthy recruitment pipeline with around 175 new officers recruited last month and further recruitment planned throughout the year, and the Chief Constable confirmed to the SPA board last month that recruitment will have a particular focus specifically on rural and island communities.
Thank you. Further supplementary from Stephen Kerr.
But the Justice Secretary knows that there's a total mismatch and inequality of arms between organised crime gangs that are operating in rural Scotland and the rural police presence. 92% of NFU mutual agents are saying that rural crime is seriously disrupting farming activities. So, as a starting point, would the Cabinet Secretary for Justice meet with my colleague Rachel Hamilton, who is bringing forward a private member's bill that would replicate the measures contained in the Rural Theft Act in England, as a starting point?
Cabinet Secretary.
Of course, I'm happy to meet colleagues across Parliament in order to engage in ideas as how we can ensure that the tools that are available to our justice partners to make sure that communities across Scotland are kept safe. I would give reassurance to Mr Kerr that I hope he received in response to my answer to Mr Bowes that the recruitment of new police officers coming through the system has been prioritised around rural and island communities, reflecting the demands that are changing, especially the response to organised criminal gangs that are operating across borders, not just within rural Scotland, but across the UK.
I call Rachel Hamilton.
To ask the Scottish Government when the Cabinet Secretary for Justice last met with the Scottish Fire and Rescue Service to discuss the future of Hoyk Fire Station.
Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, I had an introductory meeting with the SFRS Board Chair and Chief Officer on the 4th of June, where we discussed the overall objectives of the Service Delivery Review and the consultation process undertaken by the SFRS. I also met with the SFRS Deputy Chief Officer to discuss the Service Delivery Review on the 11th of June. The SFRS Board will be meeting on the 22nd of June to take final decisions on which of the Service Delivery Review proposals should go forward to implementation. Until then, no decisions have been taken.
Rachel Hamilton.
Thank you. Thank you to the Cabinet Secretary for Justice for his answer, but the proposals to downgrade Hoyk Fire Station are simply unacceptable. They've caused months of agony for residents and businesses across the borders. I strongly believe myself that Hoyk Fire Station should be a 24/7 service to ensure public safety. So my constituents in the borders are simply asking Cabinet Secretary, and I'll put it directly to the Cabinet Secretary, if Hoyk Fire Station, in the news on the 22nd of June, is downgraded and something goes wrong, who will take responsibility?
Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, the location of resources along with shift patterns are operational matters for the Scottish Fire and Rescue Service. The review does not propose any reduction in fire and rescue cover in Hoyk. Indeed, the same 2 fire appliances will continue to be located at Hoyk. SFRS has assured me that the proposed move to a day shift duty system is based on a thorough examination of the risks and historic deployment data across the borders area and will not compromise the safety of either the public or firefighters.
Supplementary from Jackie Bailey.
Presiding Officer, the proposals for Hoyk and Helensburgh Fire Station are essentially the same. It's a move to a day shift duty system relying on on-call firefighters at night and at the weekends. Attendance for on-call shifts drops off dramatically and leads to delays in crews attending incidents with potentially devastating results. The Scottish Fire and Rescue Service do not appear to have published the consultation responses and are carrying on regardless. Will the Cabinet Secretary insist that the responses are published in full, delay the board decision until he has had a chance to speak to the Fire Brigades Union?
Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, I reiterate that these are decisions that are operational matters for the Scottish Fire and Rescue Service. And the day shift duty system is not a new concept. It already operates in Livingston and at multiple other locations across the UK. There are challenges with on-call firefighter recruitment and retention caused by demographic changes, particularly in rural and island areas. And SFRS have concluded that availability at nights and weekends is actually much better, and the particular difficulties tend to be during the day as people no longer live and work in the same location. That is why having whole-time firefighters working during the day, which is also when the majority of the incidents occur, is a viable and sensible solution.
Call question number 3, Mark Simpson.
Thank you. To ask the Scottish Government, in light of reported pressures on policing and the justice system, including the local effects of migration, what action it is taking to promote community cohesion across Scotland?
Cabinet Secretary. Oh, sorry, my apologies, Minister.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I'm grateful to Mark Simpson for his question. I would say we work across government portfolios, including with Police Scotland, local authorities and third sector organisations, to support inclusion and work directly with communities to strengthen cohesion so that everyone feels safe and valued. And there's a focus on this work following recent disorder on the streets, which will have increased fear and anxiety. I would say to him that the police will always respond appropriately to such disorder, which is only needed due to recent behaviour by a small minority of citizens and which is underpinned by racism, hatred and intimidating people and communities in our society. And I thoroughly condemn that behaviour and the actions of those who are stoking those sentiments and division. I think it's a good opportunity for the member to do similar and distance himself from the marks of Thomas Kerr, encouraging people to be part of so-called protest on our streets.
Mark Simpson.
Thank you for the response, Minister. Many Scots are expressing concerns over issues like social cohesion and well-being, including one of my constituents from Arbroath, who shared the following with me, and I'll quote them directly. I want my daughters to grow up in a Scotland that is safe, cohesive, confident in its identity and capable of helping genuine refugees, whilst also protecting the interests and well-being of people already living here. Given this legitimate concern and the impacts on areas such as public safety and justice, what specific steps is the Government taking to ensure that address raised by my constituents are addressed?
Minister.
I'm grateful to the member for his question. I don't know the details that lie behind what he said. If it is a live police matter, obviously that's not something that I am going to comment on. But there are challenges in terms of this recent behaviour that we've seen. There are concerns which people will face. And in recognition of these challenges that communities face, we continue to work closely with Police Scotland, as I said, to provide reassurance, to ensure no one feels isolated or vulnerable. And to help respond to these concerns, Police Scotland has also established a community reassurance cell for engagement with stakeholders and community representatives. But again, just to be clear, violence must never be used to justify further division, to cause further concern. And my thoughts remain with all those who have been impacted by recent distressing incidents. Our focus here must be on bringing communities together in response to difficult events.
Call supplementary from Kate Evans.
I'd like to thank the Minister for really thoughtful responses to that, and very much my questions, supplementary questions, very much echo. Does the Minister agree with me that the recent pressures on policing is far more a result of the actions of the fascist and far-right groups than the anti-racist groups that have always had peaceful gatherings? And would the Minister outline the steps the Government will be taking to engage with and be led by communities affected by racism and the abuse by far-right and fascist groups? And what additional community protection measures will be put in place? But I love the sound of the reassurance scheme.
I'm grateful to Kate Evans for her question and to try and touch on the various elements. There is ongoing work in Government to meet with various communities and to do so in a constructive way. Community cohesion and partnership working is absolutely vital to the way that we move forward. I have to say that in terms of police resources and police funding, whilst deployment is clearly and correctly a matter for the police constable, this year we've increased police funding to over £1.7 billion. That's an increase of £81.5 million of the 2025 to 26 ABR budget, and that's to allow Police Scotland to deliver on its priorities, including the important frontline service delivery.
Question number 4, Colin Beattie.
To ask the Scottish Government what conversations it's had with the Scottish Fire and Rescue Service regarding its manifesto commitment to expand the role of firefighters to support the Scottish Ambulance Service.
Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, I had an introductory meeting with the SFRS Chief Officer and Board Chair on the 4th of June, where we discussed a variety of topics, including the concept of firefighters expanding the duties they perform to do more to keep Scotland safe from harm. I agreed to work closely with both the SFRS and the Fire Brigades Union on developing how this manifesto commitment can be delivered by the end of this Parliament, and I look forward to meeting with them both in due course.
Supplementary? Sorry, no. My apologies. Supplementary, Colin Beattie.
Thank you. I thank the Cabinet Secretary for his answer. It's vital that we recruit more firefighters. Can the Cabinet Secretary outline what measures are being taken to ensure firefighter numbers are sufficient to meet the demand across Scotland?
Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, I thank Colin Beattie for his question. The SFRS is continuing to recruit both whole-time and on-call firefighters to ensure full crews are able to meet demand and the right resources are in the right place at the right time. SFRS have 70 trainee firefighters currently going through initial training and a further recruitment for 156 posts to be filled in 26-27. It has recently closed with 1,400 applications received, showing that working for the Scottish Fire and Rescue Service remains an attractive option for many. The Scottish Fire and Rescue Service also continues with its on-call improvement strategy to attract more recruits through targeted help with the application process and fitness criteria, along with introducing flexible on-call periods to make the role accessible to a larger number of people.
Question number 5, Colin Merrick.
To ask the Scottish Government what its priorities are for social impact investment in the current parliamentary session.
Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, the Social Impact Partnership model is an innovative way of using investment from local and national businesses into projects for community benefit, with the aim of achieving better outcomes for people based on a payment by results basis. This is a new concept for Scotland, so we will provide a £200,000 Kickstarter fund this year to work with partnerships to bring forward ideas for preventative and early intervention programmes in justice, focusing on reducing reoffending and providing safe spaces for young people to divert them from antisocial behaviour and crime. If the SIP model works, we would want to roll out other priority areas.
Colin Merrick.
I thank the Cabinet Secretary for that response. The potential of social impact investment is huge. However, at this stage, there is obviously a need for further research and development. Therefore, can the Cabinet Secretary say how the Scottish Government will utilise the latest research and evidence available from bodies such as the Government Outcomes Lab in the University of Oxford, whilst also ensuring raised awareness, support and coordination of social impact investment amongst stakeholders to help realise the huge potential of this innovative funding?
Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, Colin Merrick is absolutely right. This is an exciting opportunity for Scotland to lead the way in investing upstream to deliver better outcomes downstream, and we are providing that £200,000 Kickstarter fund this year to develop a new £10 million social impact investment fund, which marks a real step change in how we support prevention and early intervention. Our model will draw on the Government Outcomes Lab's world-class research so that we get it right from the outset, and by embedding that evidence, learning from best practice and fostering collaboration, we will build a strong, trusted model that maximises both impact and value. And with the right foundations, this innovative approach will unlock new resources to provide safe spaces for young people and that diversion from antisocial behaviour and criminality.
Question number 6, David Torrance.
To ask the Scottish Government whether it will provide an update on the work carried out by a retail crime task force.
Minister.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, and I'm grateful to David Torrance for this question. Police Scotland were able to establish the Retail Crime Task Force through an initial £3 million of additional funding provided by the Scottish Government, and that's work that will continue, backed by annual Scottish Government funding of a further £3 million each year to 2029. And through its four-strand approach to prevent, to pursue, to protect and to prepare, the task force is targeting repeat offenders of retail crime by using analytical data and intelligence to carry out proactive enforcement activities in the areas which are most heavily impacted. In its first year, this has resulted in over 6,400 charges for retail crime, with the detection rate having risen to just under 51% compared with 49% for the previous year.
David Torrance.
I thank the Minister for that answer. As the prevalence and types of crime have largely evolved over recent years, can the Minister outline how the Scottish Government is supporting and investing in Police Scotland to adapt to new challenges and keep our communities safe?
Minister. Thanks, Presiding Officer. I'm grateful to David Torrance for looking at this through the lens that he is. It's really important that we are able to recognise the challenges of different types of crime and Police Scotland's important role in keeping our communities safe. That's why we are investing record funding in Police Scotland, over £1.7 billion in policing this year. That is an increase of £81.5 million, or 5%, compared to the published ABR figure. It includes an uplift of £59 million in resource and £16.3 million in capital funding. And key things to think about from that is that budget will allow Police Scotland to look at frontline service delivery, to make key areas of transformation a priority as they wish to do. Some of the specifics that David Torrance may be interested in are particular funding, as I have said already today, of £3 million per year over the next 3 years to support Police Scotland's successful work in targeting retail crime. An additional £2.7 million will be provided this year to support Police Scotland's work in detection and disruption of child sexual abuse and exploitation. And we will continue to work closely with the SPA and Police Scotland to manage its budget provision and make sure that there is that sustainable and preventative policing available.
Thank you. A supplementary from Stephen Kerr.
But the Minister must be aware there's been a 128% increase in shoplifting, and that in the last 4 years, and that isn't even being fully reported. So does she acknowledge that many retailers believe that we have a culture of impunity in Scotland around shoplifting? And will the Minister support the retail sector's ask for stronger consequences for repeat offenders than are currently being meted out?
Minister.
I appreciate that question from Mr Kerr, and the Scottish Government of course recognises the distress caused by crime, and whether that is retail crime or other forms of crime. The victims of that are very much in our thoughts, and that's why we are fully supportive of activity to reduce this harm. I would point him to activities such as Scottish Government's continuing to support the innovative Scottish Partnership Against Acquisitive Crime, known as SPACE. That's led by Police Scotland, and it includes retail groups amongst its members. It's very important that we do pursue that partnership approach to make sure that we hear directly from those impacted, and the Scottish Government would absolutely encourage retailers to engage with SPACE in order to help them safeguard their business and the people that work there.
Question number 7 has been withdrawn, so I move to question 8 and call Kate Campbell.
To ask the Scottish Government what assessment has been made of the reported rise in antisocial behaviour, particularly involving people wearing masks and using electric bikes, and the increase in the level of concern over public safety for many people in communities across Scotland.
Minister.
Thank you to Kate Campbell for that question. I recognise and I share the concerns that she raises about antisocial behaviour involving the illegal use of e-bikes, particularly where individuals are engaged in criminality and concealing their identity. I would really encourage everyone to report such behaviour to Police Scotland so that they and their local authority partners are able to continue to deliver targeted action to focus on these issues. I'm pleased that the Chief Constable has noted a 5% decrease in reported antisocial behaviour incidents compared to last year. And I would assure Kate Campbell that I am committed to taking robust action to address antisocial behaviour, to keep communities safe, including progressing stronger powers to enable police to confiscate and retain e-bikes and e-scooters used antisocially or criminally, and urging the UK Government to take action on licensing these off-road vehicles.
Kate Campbell.
Evidence shows that early intervention is the most efficient tool in tackling antisocial behaviour for young people. Does the Cabinet Secretary agree that investing in prevention should be a priority for this Government, particularly through youth services, youth work, peer mentoring and other support measures for young people, particularly those who may not have the role models that they need in their lives?
Minister.
I'm grateful to Kate Campbell for the angle that she is taking with this question. I really very much agree with her. Early intervention work and prevention work is a very powerful tool in addressing antisocial behaviour and a real priority. That is why we have increased our funding commitment by £6 million to the successful Cashback for Communities programme, now in phase 7. That's a programme that targets children and young people who are most at risk of being drawn into crime and antisocial behaviour. And this investment means that more young people in communities across Scotland who may be in danger of going down that wrong path will have safe spaces and suitable activities to help combat boredom, frustration and isolation, all of which can contribute to antisocial behaviour.
I call Alan Smith for a supplementary.
Presiding Officer, I'm very drawn to the Minister's response on the misuse of e-bikes and e-cycles. And I think licensing is something that we do need to look at seriously, and I'm aware that's in very early stages. But this is an issue in Stirling, I have to say, regretfully. And can I make the offer that if she's looking for a local authority to partner a pilot scheme with, Stirling Council would be very willing to be part of that consideration?
Minister.
I'm grateful to Alan Smith for highlighting this and for his focus on his own local area too. I think one of the key things to focus on when we're looking at this, and it's important to look at it in the round, is this notion of licensing. So Vehicle licensing is a reserved matter. I know that it's an issue that in the last session Ms Brown and Mr Fairley both corresponded with the relevant UK Minister on, and it's something that we continue to engage with the UK Government on. It's really important that we take all possible steps to try and deal with this challenge which affects communities, but we do need to have this extra tool at our disposal, which at the moment we don't, and we will therefore continue to engage on this matter.
Supplementary for Polly McNeill.
I agree with the Minister that it is indeed a challenge, because seized e-bikes have been found to be capable of going up to 70 miles an hour, far above the 15.5 miles per hour legal limit. But many have been modified and lack proper brakes for high speeds, and it's led to the police calling it death traps. So it has also been reported there has been a 600 increase in the number of children aged 7 to 15 attending accident emergency in Glasgow due to e-bikes and e-scooter incidents. But what I want to ask the Minister, if she could clarify today whether or not the police have powers to issue warnings or fines for what they might regard as the dangerous use of e-bikes in pedestrian and residential areas. In parts of Glasgow I've covered over many years, I'm getting a really alarming number of reports now about this being beyond an antisocial behaviour. I think it's a criminal issue now.
Minister.
I'm grateful to her for having such a local focus when she's looking at this issue. And the police obviously do take a serious and very considered view on this, and we remain committed to doing everything we can to support them, to support enforcement. We're absolutely open to further action. But the police have advised that the powers that they have currently are, they believe, sufficient. What I would say, though, is that we do want to go further where we can, and that would include removing the need for a warning, as she talks about, before seizing antisocially driven vehicles. And she also spoke about the speed that some of these vehicles are driven at, and of course that can have an impact on whether there is potentially criminality or not. But I would assure her that this is a matter that we are looking at, and that we do recognise the importance of safety as well as prevention across our communities.
Question number 9, Alan Brown.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. To ask the Scottish Government how the Cashback for Communities programme is supporting projects and young people in the Kilmarnock and Irvine Valley constituency during its Phase 7.
Minister.
I'm grateful to Alan Brown for that question. The Cashback for Communities programme is a very important one. It supports young people who are at risk of involvement in antisocial behaviour or offending or re-offending. It's invested so far £156 million, and that has helped 1.4 million young people through projects in all local council areas. This is a programme that works across Scotland. We're investing £26 million into the current Phase 7 of the programme, and that phase runs to 2029. In terms of the local focus of Alan Brown's question, in East Ayrshire specifically, there are at least 150 young people expected to benefit from 4 projects run by Cumnock Juniors Community Enterprise, by the National Autistic Society, the Ukrainian St Mary's Trust Limited and Youth Scotland. And the investment in these projects will be backed by £2.27 million over the next 3 years.
Alan Brown.
I thank the Minister for that answer. And obviously this programme is really important and potentially life-saving for a lot of young individuals. But when I look historically at the spend, given the areas of deprivation and some of the highest levels of non-attendance at schools across Scotland and my constituency, I'm worried that East Ayrshire has actually missed out in funding compared to comparator authorities. So how can I make sure that some of these national companies providing these services provide enough in East Ayrshire, Kilmarnock and Valley to meet their level of need? And going forward, how do we make sure we get more local companies delivering these local services?
Minister.
I'm grateful to Alan Brown for his continued interest in this. What I would say is that the Cashback for Communities programme is focused on delivering impact at local level. He's obviously very interested in this, and I'm certainly happy to discuss this with him further and invite him to engage in terms of the programme. We've listened to feedback from stakeholders and redesigned the programme specifically to strengthen these links with local communities that are so important. So, in the most recent phase, which started on the 1st of April this year, 35 of the 51 funded projects are neighbourhood focused. They meet the local priorities which are identified through community planning partnerships. And that means that in Alan Brown's area, projects like the Cumnock Juniors Community Enterprise do play a critical role in engaging young people locally and in building links with the broader community in East Ayrshire, which is so vital in this preventative space.
Question number 10, Claire Hawkey.
To ask the Scottish Government what support it is providing to Police Scotland to improve the 101 service.
Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, decisions on how resources are deployed, including the operation of contact, command and control services, are rightly matters for the Chief Constable, reflecting the operational independence of policing. And Police Scotland have been very clear that 101 is a non-emergency number, and callers are advised of other means by which they can contact the service while on hold. The Scottish Government is providing record funding of over £1.7 billion for policing in 26-27, giving Police Scotland the resources it needs to maintain a resilient and responsive service, including the 101 service. We expect that investment to support effective, accessible services for the public and to ensure communities continue to receive the prompt and reliable policing response that they deserve.
Claire Hawkey.
I thank the Cabinet Secretary for that answer. I regularly hear from constituents that they feel that waiting times to speak to a call handler can be lengthy. Well, I appreciate that the online service is also available. Many of my constituents, particularly older constituents, tell me they do not have access to or use the internet. Can the Cabinet Secretary advise how they expect Police Scotland to maintain a balance between telephone and online services to ensure the 101 service is accessible for all?
Cabinet Secretary.
Absolutely right. We need to make sure that we're bringing people with us and giving them the flexibility to be able to get in touch with services as they need them in the way that meets their needs. And the Scottish Government is fully supportive of Police Scotland's efforts to ensure a resilient and responsive C3 service is maintained and accessible to all. Emergency calls must clearly take precedent over the reporting of potential criminal incidents. And Police Scotland have been very clear that 101 is a non-emergency number, and similarly that callers are also advised to phone 999 if the incident they're reporting is escalating into an emergency situation. Police Scotland's contact assessment model ensures that resources are deployed to where they are needed most and ensures that people receive the support required. And as I've just said, we expect the record investment in policing to support the effective, accessible services for the public and to ensure that communities continue to receive the prompt and reliable policing response they deserve.
Supplementary, Katie Clark.
In the latest survey from May, the average time to answer a 101 call was 10 minutes 3 seconds, and the longest wait time was 1 hour 33 minutes. But we know from the debate in the last session that many callers give up long before this. Does the Cabinet Secretary agree that putting extra resource into this service must be a priority to take pressure off the 99 service and emergency responses?
Cabinet Secretary.
The data that I have before me for March 26 shows that the average wait time was 7 minutes 52 seconds. And clearly, people, while they're on hold, are for what are non-emergency calls, are given alternative routes through which that they can report issues. So when Katie Clark suggests that people are giving up, in actual fact, they may be taking up those options and finding other ways to get in touch with the police. As I said in response to Ms Hawkey, and I say to Ms Clark, clearly the resources that we're putting in place to Police Scotland, we expect to ensure the resilient and responsive service that meets people's needs, and that is an expectation that we will carry with Police Scotland.
That concludes Justice Portfolios. I'll give a few moments for the Cabinet Secretary to... Oh, OK. We don't need to have a change of seating. So our next portfolio questions is health and care. I remind members if they wish to request a supplementary question, they should press the Request to Speak button during the relevant question. And I call question number 1 from Flynn Carson.
To ask the Scottish Government what progress has been made towards delivering a fully operational 24/7 thrombectomy service with national coverage, including how the service will reach rural Scotland.
Minister.
We want people to be able to access thrombectomy treatment across Scotland, no matter where they live, and that's why in our election manifesto we committed to providing a further £25 million on top of over £51 million we've already invested to deliver a 24/7 thrombectomy service with national coverage. We've now commissioned Public Services Delivery Scotland to work with NHS boards to develop a detailed resource and cost modelling for a 24/7 thrombectomy service.
Finlay Carson.
I thank the Minister for that response. More than 11,000 people have a stroke each year, yet only 2% receive a thrombectomy, the very treatment that can prevent lifelong disability. Right now, there is a clear and unacceptable inequality across the service, and my constituents in Galloway and Western Fleece are paying the price. They have no direct access and must rely on transfer to Glasgow, where in reality the service is restricted weekdays for access to referrals, with the last procedure being around 5 p.m. and no service at all on a Sunday. The consequence is stark. If someone in Galloway has a stroke in the early evening, they're effectively denied this life-changing treatment. For my constituents, outcomes are being determined not by clinical need but by geography and the clock, and that can't be justified. So will the Minister tell us what she will do and when she will do it to end this inequality?
Minister.
So we have already provided funding for thrombectomy spoke nurses in spoke sites to maximise the access to thrombectomy. NHS Dumfries and Galloway received £115,936 in 2025-26, and evidence from stroke services suggests that these hyperacute nursing roles are already having a positive impact on the delivery of acute and hyperacute stroke care. We've also funded an education package for staff in GP practices, emergency departments and Scottish Ambulance Service to help them recognise stroke symptoms. In 2025, over 1,600 NHS staff attended these education sessions. And we are procuring a national artificial intelligence solution for NHS Scotland to help all NHS boards rapidly identify those patients who would benefit from thrombectomy. As I said in my earlier answer, though, we are committed still to a 24/7 thrombectomy services, and Public Services Delivery Scotland are currently working on this with NHS boards to fully establish that resource that is required to deliver that. And once that's established, we'll work at pace to develop a delivery plan with timescales for service expansion.
Supplementary from Donald McKinnon.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. In my constituency of the Highlands and Islands, patients must travel to the mainland to access thrombectomy services. As this procedure is time-sensitive, early intervention is critical. Weather, availability of aircraft and other factors can influence how quickly patients can be transferred to mainland hospitals. Does the Minister agree with me that the distances involved and the uncontrollable factors for island patients heighten risk and make it even more important that services are available 24/7?
Well, I absolutely recognise the issues that the member describes, not least because I also represent the area that he represents, and I come from a rural part of the Highlands myself. We are working hard to try to improve the identification of those patients who would benefit from thrombectomy. Then the issue becomes, how do we quickly transfer them to areas where a thrombectomy service is available? And then the third issue is to make sure that that service is available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And we are working on all of those issues to maximise the opportunity for this transformative care all over Scotland.
Question number 2, Lloyd Melville.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. I don't think this is on. There we go. Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. To ask the Scottish Government what action it is taking to ensure that NHS boards take account of planned housing growth when assessing future demand for GP, dental and other primary care services.
Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, integration authorities, which include representatives of both NHS boards and local authorities, are responsible for their strategic planning and investment in the delivery of integrated adult health and social care services in their area. Integration authorities are therefore responsible for how they take account of planned housing growth when assessing future demand for general practice, dental and other primary care services, not ministers.
Lloyd Melville.
Thank the Cabinet Secretary for that answer. In growing communities like Monifieth, the issue is often not the approval of the houses themselves, but the lag before the health services adjust to the new population. I appreciate what the Cabinet Secretary has just said, but will the Scottish Government look at how that data on housing consent can be used more consistently by NHS boards to identify which practices in terms of GPs, dental services and community health teams are more likely to come under pressure?
Cabinet Secretary.
Sign Officer, Public Health Scotland are currently working on revised guidance and on associated data set to support integration authorities and partners to improve population needs assessment to plan service provision. However, as previously stated, it is for integration authorities using their knowledge of their own areas and circumstances to take account of how data and housing consents can be used more consistently to identify which primary care and community health teams are likely to come under pressure. Furthermore, in terms of the Town and Country Planning Act, local development plans must take account of the health needs of the population of the district and the likely effects development and the use of land will have. And there are underpinning regulations which state that health boards have a duty to cooperate in plans preparation.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. It has been estimated that NHS Lothian has lost out by over £200 million of public funding over the last 10 years under the Scottish Government's NRAC funding formula. With the fastest growing population in the country, this is totally unsustainable. So can I ask the Cabinet Secretary if she's willing to chair a cross-party meeting to discuss how this situation can be addressed during this session of Parliament?
Cabinet Secretary.
Signing Officer, I'm happy to discuss the matter further with Mr Briggs. I believe we have a meeting in the not too distant future. I am aware that there are a number of factors that underpin NRAC funding. I am, of course, aware of the population growth across the Lothians region, not least in my own constituency. I think what we would have to consider really carefully is that any changes don't necessarily have the desired impact that the member would seek. There is a complexity that underlies NRAC, but happy to discuss it further with him.
Supplementary, Ayrshire.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Thousands of housing will be built in Edinburgh and the Lothians over the next decade, adding pressure to health services. Will the Scottish Government listen to doctors and patients and change planning law to require property developers to help fund and build GP surgeries as part of large developments?
Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, I stated in my answer to Lloyd Melville the very clear responsibilities that both health boards and local authorities have in terms of planning, but I will of course look at the detail of the specific ask that the member makes and consider that further.
Question number 3, Liam MacArthur.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. To ask the Scottish Government what action it's taking to address workforce planning challenges in staff recruitment and retention for health and social care services in Orkney.
Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, health and social care workforce planning and service delivery is the responsibility of the Health Board, Integration Joint Board and the local authority. However, we remain committed to work with island communities to strengthen resilience in these services. The Service Renewal Framework highlights the challenges of increasing demand and the opportunities through system and service reform, including approaches to health workforce planning. Officials meet relevant partners in Orkney on a regular basis. The last meeting focused on adult social care on the 28th of May this year. More widely, our National Islands Plan and the Action Plan to address depopulation support broader actions to support sustainable rural and island communities with health and social care integral to this.
Liam MacArthur.
Can I thank the Cabinet Secretary for that acknowledgement and commitment. Despite local recruitment initiatives, Orkney Health and Care still faces long-standing vacancies and significant reliance on agency staff. With an ageing population, demand is only going to rise, yet expectations are that health and care will bear the brunt of efforts to close the £5 billion gap in Scotland's public finances by 2030. So does the Cabinet Secretary accept that Orkney faces particularly acute workforce challenges, and what specific measures will the Government take to help Orkney Health and Care build a sustainable local workforce for the long term?
Cabinet Secretary.
Signing officer, I'm very conscious that differing landscapes of Scotland's communities deepens some of the challenges, not least in and around adult social care. As intimated, my officials have had discussions with Stephen Brown, Chief Officer of Orkney Integrated Joint Board, where they discussed a range of challenges. I know that the vacancy rate in Orkney is higher than the national average, although I do have to say that NHS staff and social care staff has actually increased and the spend on agency staff has actually decreased. Nonetheless, there are particular challenges for the area that Mr MacArthur represents, and the commitment that this government has made in terms of the next phase of the adult social care displaced worker scheme, and we have particular commitments to relaunch that within the first 100 days of this government, is of importance, and that was one of the issues that my officials discussed with Mr Brown when they last met.
Question number 4, Murdo Fraser.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. To ask the Scottish Government whether it will reconsider its plan to reorganise neonatal care across Scotland in light of reports that it could result in downgrading of essential units, including the service at Ninewells Hospital.
Minister.
I want to reassure families that we are making this change for the very best reason, to save babies' lives. The evidence is clear that the outcomes for the smallest and sickest babies will be improved by this change. The outcomes for these babies are best in units with a high throughput of cases, where support services like surgery and cardiac care are co-located. This change brings Scotland into line with existing neonatal intensive care service models across the UK. It will affect a very small number of babies, those born at less than 27 weeks gestation, weighing less than 800 grams, or those very sickest babies who need multiple complex life support or surgery. So to put this in context, around 470 babies are admitted to neonatal care in Ninewells every year. This change will affect about 10 of those babies, who will be moved to be cared for in one of the 3 specialist units until they're fit to return to Ninewells. Now, I must be absolutely clear. The vast majority of sick babies will continue to be cared for in their local neonatal units.
Murdo Fraser.
Well, I thank the Minister for her response. I received correspondence just last week from Lauren Bruce, a mum from Blairgowrie, whose daughter Grace suffered a rare stroke shortly after birth at Ninewells Hospital. Under the current plans to downgrade the neonatal intensive care unit, her concern is that her daughter would then be moved 2 hours away from her family, a journey that Lauren fears she would not have survived. And Lauren wrote to the First Minister this week saying, and I quote, "What concerns me most is the number of parents who have shared their stories, pleading with you and the Scottish Government to withdraw this proposal. Families have laid bare some of the most frightening, personal and traumatic moments of their lives in the hope that their voices will finally be heard. Yet there is a growing fear that their experiences will simply be acknowledged and ignored." So can I ask the Minister, what reassurance can she give to my constituent that the concern she has will not be realised?
Minister.
So the first thing to say is that the vast majority of babies who are born and then need additional care after birth will continue to get that care in their local area. The intention with the new model of care is that mothers in suspected extreme preterm labour, so those mums who are expected to give birth before 27 weeks, are transferred before they give birth, so when the baby is in utero, to maternity units in the hospitals that have neonatal intensive care units. Now, it's recognised that it won't always be possible to transfer mothers before they give birth, and in those cases there are specialist neonatal transfer services, ScotStar, which will transfer those babies in specialist ambulances equipped to care for neonates, as has been the established practice for many years. Now, babies who receive care in one of the 3 intensive care units in Scotland will be transferred back to their local neonatal unit for ongoing care as soon as possible.
Supplementary, Jackie Bailey.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. The Best Start report into neonatal care recommended developing 3 to 5 neonatal intensive care units, yet the Scottish Government has agreed to reduce the number to 3. Aside from the impact at Ninewells, this will result in the downgrade of the award-winning Wishaw neonatal unit. We also know that the lack of capacity in Glasgow means mums and the very sickest babies may have to travel hundreds of miles to Aberdeen. That simply cannot be right. Will the Minister look at this again in the interests of mothers and babies and rethink the downgrade of Wishaw neonatal unit and whether it's possible to have more than 3?
Minister.
So I'm more than happy to discuss this issue with Jackie Bailey and other interested representatives. Jackie Bailey will understand I'm very new to this role. My understanding is that the initial recommendation was to move to 5, but then to move to 3 subsequently. This change is already underway in Fife. Babies already, so in the east of the country, 5 babies already go to Edinburgh to receive this level of care. In the west, Ayrshire babies go to Glasgow to receive this level of care. The next phase will take on board the learning from those initial developments of pathways before we move on to the next phase, and I'm more than happy to work with local members on that. As I understand, though, I must be absolutely clear, the recommendation was for 3 nationally, and this is about saving babies' lives.
Could I ask for succinct questions and answers going forward, if possible? Question number 5, Joe Long.
Deputy Presiding Officer, I refer to my register of interests that show that I was employed by Scottish Autism until the 8th of May. I wish to ask the Scottish Government for what reason over a third of child and adolescent mental health service referrals have reportedly not been accepted in the last 12 months.
Minister.
CAMS is a specialist service for children and young people with acute mental health needs, and referrals are based on clinical judgment. Well, we know that referrals sometimes will not be accepted. That doesn't mean that support isn't available. In line with the National CAMS specification, where referrals are not accepted, individuals must be sensitively signposted to appropriate services, including community-based provision. We're working with health boards to understand the causes of non-accepted referral rates, ensuring compliance with the specification and delivering timely access to appropriate alternative support.
Joe Long.
I thank the Minister for her answer. One of the common reasons for referral to CAMS is for neurodevelopmental assessment. We've seen combined neurodevelopmental pathways trialled as part of the Scottish Strategy for Autism that ended in 2021. We've seen subsequent pilots of neuroaffirmative diagnosis services within the third sector, and we've had concrete proposals from the Royal College of Psychiatrists on how we can create better capacity in the system. When will families be able to access consistent and effective neurodevelopmental assessment and support wherever they live in Scotland without fear of being turned away?
Minister.
So the member will understand we're continuing to work with NHS boards, local authority and COSLA and the third sector and other delivery partners to improve access to the neurodevelopmental support for children and young people and adults. CAMS is not the correct service for children seeking a diagnosis for neurodevelopmental condition like ADHD unless they have a coexisting mental health condition. For many young people, it is more likely that placement onto an ND pathway will ensure that the right help and support is provided. Now, that approach is intended to ensure that young people who need support for their mental health from CAMS are able to receive it in a timely manner, and also that specialist neurodevelopmental support is available whenever it's needed. The design and management of those services is for the individual health board to decide, and each health board will have its own arrangements in place and relationships with local partners. However, I would expect these to be designed and addressed to ensure that children receive the right support from specialists for their own particular needs, and that this is received as quickly as possible.
Number 6, Helen McDade.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. To ask the Scottish Government, in light of the number of people diagnosed with ME and long COVID, and recognising that early diagnosis and appropriate care can improve outcomes for recovery or from long-term disability, whether it will commit to providing ring-fence funds to set up specialist clinics staffed by either a nurse practitioner or medical staff in each NHS board area.
Apologies, Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, we recognise the significant impact that ME and long COVID can have on the lives of those affected. We are providing £4.5 million recurrent funding to NHS boards to support them to deliver specialist support for long COVID, ME and other similar conditions. For example, within the Members' region, this funding is supporting the delivery of NHS Forth Valley's post-acute infection syndrome service and development of the board's regional partnership with Borders, Fife and Lothian to provide a comprehensive multidisciplinary team approach to support those with complex needs. While the configuration of services and staffing composition is of course a matter for NHS boards, we have been clear that we expect services to follow relevant clinical guidance, such as NICE guidelines for ME and long COVID.
Helen McDade.
I thank the Cabinet Secretary for her answer. The ME Association estimates that over 100,000 people in Scotland have ME or long COVID. Approximately 80% of them are women, mostly of working age. The £4.5 million, whilst welcome, is £40 a person for a condition which is often lifelong and costs the country huge amounts in revenue and care, but the costs to the individual are incalculable. In line with the Scottish Government wish to move more to prevention or early care leading to better outcomes, will the Cabinet Secretary meet with me and ME Action Scotland to discuss what measures could be taken now to alleviate their suffering?
Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, I'm always happy to meet with stakeholders to discuss specifics, and I'm very aware that the member in her first speech to this place spoke of the impact of ME, if I recall correctly. One of the benefits of providing resource on a recurring basis is that it enables health boards to develop support on a sustainable basis and help with the retention and recruitment of staff and skilled staff at that. The former Minister for Public Health and Women's Health wrote to the previous Health and Social Care Committee regarding this subject just in October past there. And this letter went to some 40 pages and spoke to the future plans on boards to enhance the support and services that they provide. And I'm happy to supply that letter to the member for her interest.
Question number 7, David Smith.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. To ask the Scottish Government, in light of the Accounts Commission's report into Integration Joint Board Finances, which highlighted a projected funding gap of £457 million in 24-25, what urgent action it will take to ensure health and social care services are protected and that patients and service users do not experience any reduction in quality or accessibility of care?
Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, the 2026-27 Scottish Budget provides almost £22.5 billion investment in health and social care services, exceeding consequentials and providing a real terms uplift to enable more sustainable and resilient services. And this includes almost £2.3 billion for social care and integration, an increase of over £1.3 billion since 2021. And we recognise the financial pressures facing the health and social care sector, and through the Service Renewal Framework we are taking bold and ambitious action to reform and renew our health and care system in line with our vision where people live longer, healthier and more fulfilling lives.
David Smith.
With respect, that doesn't satisfy the requirements of councils right now to provide that funding. Now, in 2023, the Scottish Government took a decision to claw back £331 million of ring-fenced COVID-19 reserves from IJBs. Now, over the last few weeks, the SNP have been very good at playing the victim with respect to the Chief Executive's embezzlement of £400,000 of ring-fenced referendum campaign money. Will the Minister agree with me when I say the real victims of the financial mismanagement by the SNP are the unwell, the vulnerable, the elderly, the disabled, who are dependent on services provided by health boards, and will the Minister seek emergency funding to fill the funding gap that the Scottish Government have created?
Cabinet Secretary.
well, Presiding Officer. Perhaps I should just rather diplomatically remind Chamber that Mr Smith and his party have a history of calling for budgets to be cut and for tax to be cut. And I would like to point out to the member that under this government there has been a real terms increase in health and a real terms increase in local government, a significant funding package. And if I recall the Accounts Commission report, it actually acknowledged the increase in funding that integrated joint boards are receiving. But they were also, if I recall correctly, pointing to the increase in cost of delivering services. Now, in my view, the underpinning reason for this will indeed be austerity. It will indeed be Brexit. It will indeed be the cost of living crisis. So we certainly do need to do things differently. But given austerity, Brexit and the cost of living crisis, that certainly demonstrates that Westminster never works for Scotland.
Thank you. We are very tight for time and I'm hopeful to get through all of the questions. So if we could have shorter questions and answers, it would be very helpful. Question number 8, Fulton McGregor.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. To ask the Scottish Government whether it will provide an update on NHS Lanarkshire's plans for the new University Hospital, Monklands.
Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, the 2026-27 budget confirmed the Scottish Government's continued support for development of the business case for the Monklands replacement project. The Scottish Government is clear that a new Monklands hospital will be delivered, but equally we must ensure the various assurance processes and value for money conditions are met. I will, of course, keep the member updated on any developments, and my officials are continuing to engage with NHS Lanarkshire and NHS Assure on the NHS Scotland design assessment process and key stage assurance review.
Fulton McGregor.
I thank the Cabinet Secretary for that answer, and I welcomed the news late last year that the board of NHS Lanarkshire had approved the full business case for the new University Hospital Monklands. And along with Neil Gray, MSP and others, I've been on site to observe the preparatory work and hear from the team about the future construction plans. Therefore, can the Cabinet Secretary provide me and my constituents any further clarity on when the Government intends to give this vital project the green light? And if there are any difficulties or roadblocks in the way, can she outline what those might be and how they might be overcome? Thank you.
Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, I very much appreciate the member's champion of his local hospital and his local communities, and that, of course, applies to other Lanarkshire MSPs also. As I have intimated in my original answer to Mr McGregor, there is a range of assurance processes that do still have to be completed, and the provision of an effective and sustainable health service will be at the heart of decisions about Monklands Hospital. It is, of course, a commitment that is located in the Infrastructure Development Plan and also the Scottish National Party manifesto, and I will keep to my word and keep members updated because I recognise the importance of this issue.
Number 9, Polly McNeill.
To ask the Scottish Government for what reason people on the Greater Glasgow and Clyde waiting list for ADHD assessments are reportedly being informed that their expected waiting times have been extended beyond those previously communicated.
Minister.
NHS Greater Glasgow and Clyde has confirmed that it's prioritising diagnostic assessments based on patient safety and risk due to significant increasing demand for neurodevelopmental diagnosis. This means that some patients are waiting longer than initially expected for diagnostic assessments, which is being proactively communicated to them. The Scottish Government is continuing to work with COSLA, health boards, local authorities, third sector and other delivery partners to improve access to neurodevelopmental support. And last year we provided over £2.9 million additional funding to support a number of projects, including supplementing health board diagnostic assessment capacity.
Polly McNeill.
This is my third attempt to trying to get an answer, which the Minister might have given, but I want to try and see if I've understood it. Because I've got a couple of constituents who were referred for neurodevelopment assessment in July 2023 after completing the questionnaire. Now, they were told Both of them, it was an 18-month wait. They were not told that it would be triaged in any way, but when they inquired back, they were told it's going to be another 2 years. So at the moment, it's 4 years. So is the Minister saying that Greater Glasgow has told her that they are now prioritising because they have not communicated this to patients? And I hope the Minister would agree it is completely unacceptable, because you've got young people aged between 19 and 25 whose lives are on hold and they cannot get proper communication as to when they'll get an assessment.
Minister?
As I understand it, Greater Glasgow and Clyde, in response to an increasing demand for neurodevelopmental diagnosis, has introduced a triaging system. That means that they recognise that some people are waiting longer than they were initially told for their assessments, and they are proactively communicating that to them. I haven't checked. They are proactively communicating that they are waiting longer. I will go back and check the quality of their communication to check whether they are giving an adequate explanation.
Question number 10, Zaid Ghani.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. To ask the Scottish Government whether it will provide an update on its 2025 pledge to provide 150,000 additional appointments and procedures.
Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, through our operational improvement plan, we committed to delivering an additional 150,000 NHS appointments and procedures, and I'm pleased to confirm that we have exceeded this target. Public Health Scotland data shows more than 168,000 additional appointments and procedures were delivered last year, and since July 2025, waits of over a year for new outpatient appointments have fallen by 76%, and inpatient and day case waits over a year have almost halved.
Zaid Ghani.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. I welcome the Cabinet Secretary's response. I'm proud that this SNP Scottish Government is committed to renewing and investing in our health service, and it is clear that our NHS is turning a corner. Can the Cabinet Secretary advise of further work the Scottish Government is undertaking to build on the progress, particularly within the first 100 days of this session, to ensure patients are receiving the treatment as soon as possible?
Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, our first 100 days are focused on removing barriers to treatment and improving access to care, and that includes delivering at least 50,000 operations and procedures early in this session, alongside bringing forward a national plan to improve hospital flow, recognising pressures across the system can impact on planned care delivery. We will also expand access by opening 5 more walk-in services, making it easier for people to get timely care when they need it, while easing pressure on GP surgeries. And taken together, these actions will reduce delays and ensure more people receive treatment sooner.
That concludes portfolio questions. The next item of business is a Scottish Government debate on affordable bus fares. I call Stephen Flynn, who will move the motion 367 in his name. Stephen Flynn.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. I'm stuck in my ways from down the road and not having been used to putting a card into the machine. I beg to move the motion in my name. And Deputy Presiding Officer, the reason that I do so is because the impact of the cost of living crisis on people across Scotland is impossible to ignore. Indeed, every MSP in this chamber should know that the rising cost of absolutely everything is having a devastating impact on too many of the people who sent us to this place. That inability to treat the kids, to enjoy some downtime with friends, or simply to pay the bills. And the scale of that crisis demands that we do everything that we can within the powers available to this Parliament to make lives easier and better. On that note, I'm more than happy to give way to Mr Rennie.
Willie Rennie.
I don't disagree with what the Cabinet Secretary says, but will he also recognise that people in my constituency and many others complain about the lack of bus services altogether, and they want routes developed into more communities so they can go to work on time when they are expected to?
Cabinet Secretary.
I thank Mr Rennie for his intervention, and I will come to address those points during the course of my speech. Because that is why, to returning to my speech, that is why in the election just 5 short weeks ago, the Scottish National Party put tackling the cost of living crisis at the very front of our renewed pitch to the public. And central to that pitch was saying to the public that the transport that they rely on needs to be affordable, it needs to be reliable, as Mr Rennie has outlined, and it needs to be enjoyable. Because right now in Scotland, 73% of all public transport journeys are made by bus. That's people going to work, to school, to college, to university, to the doctor, to visit family, to see friends, to pop down the shops, or maybe even to see the football on a Saturday afternoon. To so many, our buses are not just a matter of convenience, they are the only option. That is why we have acted so decisively in the past and why we will continue to do so throughout this Parliament. Now, the Chamber does not need me to remind them of this fact, because I'm sure the public have made them very well aware over the course of the election campaign. But concessionary bus travel, the bus pass, has been one of the many success stories during my party's time in office. It was a choice that we made, and one that the public have chosen to embrace. Indeed, members don't even need to take my word for it. All they have to do is look at the numbers. Because in 2025, some 113 million journeys were taken by those who qualify for a bus pass due to disability or by virtue of being slightly more senior than others. For our young folk, we have just celebrated today 300 million journeys using the free bus pass over the course of the last 4 years. And I can see Mr Johnson is very keen to welcome that fact.
Daniel Johnson.
Well, I'm just going to invite the Cabinet Secretary to welcome the fact that it was indeed the Scottish Labour and Lib Dem coalition government that introduced the bus fare for the over 60s, which I'm sure that he was just about to welcome that fact.
Cabinet Secretary.
I think we're challenging each other now to welcome facts. I noticed he didn't do so in respect of the young people's bid pass. Oh no, he's corrected himself. He did. And across... Yes, of course, I'll take an intervention from Mr Harvey,
Patrick Harvey.
I would imagine as a way to indicate his role during the course of the previous Parliament.
Well, the Cabinet Secretary has predicted correctly. Just to complete that conversation, I'm sure the Cabinet Secretary is proud, and he should be, of the under-22s free bus travel. But does he recognise, I know he wasn't here at the time, but does he recognise that that only happened because of green budget negotiations, first for under-19s, then for under-22s, and the Scottish Government has allowed itself to be pushed out of its comfort zone, but it did take some work.
Cabinet Secretary.
I'm not sure we've ever willingly been pushed out of our comfort zone, let alone by Mr Harvey. We're proud of the commitment that we've made to Scotland's young people. And in a party of minorities, and I will come to this, it is important that where we can get consensus and work together in a budget, in relation to the budget, that we of course seek to do so. Because in real terms, those journeys work out over 3 million journeys being made every single week with the Scottish Government bus pass. Now, I had the good fortune to visit Buchanan bus station in Glasgow this morning to hear from young folk who have been making the most of this. They told me about the positive impact free bus travel has had on their lives, saving them money and opening up work, education, leisure, social and even relationship opportunities, which Mr Hoy seems to have a particular interest in.
Craig Hoy.
I thank the Cabinet Secretary for giving way. I rise not in a spirit of self-congratulation, unlike the other interventions so far. However, to put a question about young people beyond cities, Mr Flynn, I recently met with the young carers of Dumfries and Galloway, who raised not with me the cost of bus travel, but the absence of bus travel. And does he accept that there is a trade-off here with a finite budget, that if the Scottish Government is going to continue to expand discounted and concessionary travel, it is likely to be at the expense of lifeline services in areas such as Dumfriesshire?
Cabinet Secretary.
Mr Hoy tries to drag me into a conversation in relation to the reliability and the availability of buses, but he need not do that, because I understand and I recognise the importance of access to buses in our rural communities. And I would like to think that there would be agreement and consensus. Is he doing 6-7 there? I'm not entirely sure what he's doing. It's a wee dance. It's important that for all of us, we work together to ensure that the public have access to the services that they feel they require. And I will come on to that later in my speech, as indeed it was I said to Mr Rennie. So for our young people, this has opened up a sea of opportunities. And I think I speak for all of us, well indeed most of us, when I say that we would have loved to have had those chances in our youth. And I'm so proud that as an SNP government, supported during the budget process by others, that has chosen to provide it to that generation. But of course, it's not only about giving our young folk more choice and a better life, it's also about those core values of reducing daily costs for families. And with 85% of our young people saying that it's done just that, I think we can safely say that it's job done. But let me be clear to Parliament. Whilst I celebrate the work of those who came before and the cross-party support there has been for these actions, I do only see it as a starting point, because it is for this Parliament to now take action to ensure that public transport is affordable for everyone. Mr Harvey.
Patrick Harvey.
He's being very generous with his interventions. I'm grateful. Does he agree that one of the further steps that does need to be taken is following the pilot on free bus travel for asylum seekers? That policy needs to be made permanent as a way of ensuring that asylum seekers in our communities are able to access the services that they have a right to be able to reach.
Cabinet Secretary.
I certainly understand the argument that Mr Harvey makes, and I'm more than willing to engage with him in relation to that particular issue. But if I may come back to a different pilot at the moment, because earlier this year, the SNP government launched our £2 bus fare cap pilot in the Highlands and Islands. Backed by £10 million of public money, the pilot was designed to make travel more affordable, more accessible and more straightforward, the importance of which cannot be understated to our rural and island communities. And from the early feedback that I have heard, it is doing just that, reducing the cost of everyday journeys and supporting people to take the bus. Now, as the First Minister has set out, and as per our manifesto commitment, we are now working at pace to expand the benefits of that £2 fare cap beyond the Highlands and Islands. Initially, this means making progress within our first 100 days to extend the cap to Glasgow, Ayrshire, Dunbartonshire, Renfrewshire, Lanarkshire and Inverclyde. Beyond that, we will bring forward legislation needed to deliver a nationwide £2 fare cap by the end of this parliamentary term. Mr Sweeney.
Paul Sweeney.
Thank the Cabinet Secretary for giving way. Certainly my constituents have been frustrated for several years now that they are paying the most expensive bus fares in the UK, when other parts of the UK have enjoyed a £2 bus cap for the last 3 years, and are also very frustrated that we are still not seeing any bus franchise implemented in Scotland when other parts of the UK have delivered it. Why is that pace so slow?
Cabinet Secretary.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. I'm not sure I can get much quicker, having just came into this Parliament, than to give the commitment that I just have in relation to our party's first 100 days in office, and I'm hopeful, based upon what he said, that Mr Sweeney will back our proposals when it comes to the budget, because I think history would dictate that his party hasn't been very cooperative during the budget process when it perhaps could have, to move some of these issues forward in the way that he describes. I'm going to make some progress, if that's okay, to Mr. He's desperate to come in. Let him in. Let's do it.
Craig Hoy.
I thank the Cabinet Secretary for giving me. Just for clarification, is he now proposing to extend the pilot scheme to the SBT area? And in light of that experience, will there be any subsequent changes before legislation comes forward? Or is this basically a phased rollout that will require legislation?
Cabinet Secretary.
I feel like I almost need to repeat myself. We've just had an election campaign where front and centre of that campaign has been our commitment to extend the £2 bus fare cap to those areas, and that is what we are seeking to do as quickly as is practically possible, and we will of course then seek to legislate that across Scotland, as per the very sentences I just said in the chamber. But I appreciate Mr Hoy's maybe a little bit slow on the uptake on the odd occasion. Now, I can assure the chamber that myself and indeed my officials are already working with operators, regional partners and stakeholders to make sure that we deliver on this promise that we have made to the people. Now, I know there will be many members who will be keen to learn more, and I hope to be able to share some good news on timings very soon, because our ambitions for a £2 fare are clear, but it is, of course, only part of the story, because we need buses that are affordable to be buses that are available. Now, there is much good work across Scotland by operators to ensure that this is the case. I know that only too well, given the service that I use at home every week, but I recognise and understand that my good experience is not everyone's experience. And if we believe that buses should not just be a commercial service, but a core local service, then we need to continue to work with operators and stakeholders to ensure that everyone feels that in their community. That's why we have already worked to ensure that local transport authorities have more flexibility to respond to their own unique transport challenges. And through legislation, we have given local authorities powers on partnership working, franchising and the ability to run their own services. Mr Johnson.
I'm very grateful to the Cabinet Secretary in way. That may be true, but why is it that no such partnerships have actually been brought forward? And why did it take 6 years for the Government to publish guidelines on bus franchising, which only occurred in March, despite the Transport Act being in 2019?
Cabinet Secretary.
The SPT have came forward, which I'm sure Mr Johnson knows about. Now, of these powers, franchising has perhaps been the subject of the greatest attention from both members in this chamber, like Mr Simpson, and indeed to the public out with.
Graham Simpson.
The Cabinet Secretary has been extremely generous with interventions, but I just want him to address this question on franchising. I know it precedes him, but there's been huge frustration about the length of time that this is taking in Scotland. Could he use the opportunity in any legislation that he brings forward or any other way to speed things up?
Cabinet Secretary.
I'll come to that point in just a second. And it is that interest that saw us work cross-party when the current budget to commit to invest up to £4 million to support local transport authorities to build business cases for local bus improvements through franchising, using the powers created in the very Act that Mr Johnson referred to. Because it is essential that if this is the route some choose to take the bus down, that the business case is robust and considers all available evidence. Now, as the First Minister said in this Parliament 2 weeks ago, we want to work with local authorities to advance such propositions because they would be in the public interest. And it is with those words in mind that I can advise Parliament that we will build on the work already undertaken to date by developing better buses legislation during this session. This legislation, which will take a considered, and I'm sure members will be pleased to hear this, cross-party approach, will aim to help enhance the delivery of bus services across Scotland. We will engage with operators, local transport authorities and others to inform the development of our proposals, and I look forward to working with members across this chamber to put the needs of passengers at the very heart of this process. Now, Deputy Presiding Officer, I am conscious of time given the interventions that I've taken, but to conclude, let me repeat my view that affordable bus fares are essential for helping with the cost of living. For many of my constituents, under 22s and older people and disabled people in particular, the bus pass that this government has delivered is making a huge difference to their lives. For some, it is the thing that breaks down the barriers of isolation and brings them into the heart of their communities and our society. And we will go further. Our vision for transport is rooted in affordability, accessibility and sustainability. By the end of this Parliament, we will take forward legislation, Mr Hoy, to put in place a £2 bus fare cap across Scotland, including on our pilot in the Highlands and Islands. This step of providing more affordable bus travel will help change lives and tackle the cost of living. Now, our action will benefit families, the economy and the environment, and I do look forward to working with colleagues across the chamber to deliver. But before we do get to that, let me give the final word of my opening remarks to the unsung heroes of our buses, the mechanics, the office teams, the route planners and indeed the drivers. They are the glue that binds our service together, the friendly face on a dreich morning and the one who does hold the bus from going when we make that last-minute sprint to catch it. The choices that we make in this Parliament will matter to you, and we will work both with you and with the public to make our bus service the best that it can be.
I now call on Graham Simpson to speak to and move Amendment 367.1. Graham Simpson.
Thank you very much. Can I start by moving the amendment in my name and by congratulating the Cabinet Secretary for devising a motion that we can support. And I'm looking forward to working with him. I genuinely am. I've always been of the view that we need to make public transport easy and cheap to use, and that it needs to cover all parts of the country. Because it's all very well having a bus fare cap, but that's no use if you don't have a bus that you can use. There are far too many bus deserts in Scotland, and it's not just in rural areas. Franchising where it's wanted could help to alleviate that, but there are other models too. Now, I said during the Cabinet Secretary's first debate on growth that his transport predecessor often listened to me and took my ideas on board, and bus fare caps is an example of that. I've been talking about them for at least 3 years. Well, everyone else is doing it. I've been talking about them for at least 3 years, and simpler low fares for longer. In general questions in April 2023, I said, if the Minister was serious about getting people onto buses, he would take action on bus fares, as he's doing on train fares. Why does he not replicate what England has, which is a fare cap on local bus journeys? I didn't get anywhere then. In a debate on bus services the following month, I said, fares can play a big part in getting people onto public transport. We await the introduction of a cross-modal travel card of the type that was given to delegates at the 26th United Nations Climate Change Conference of the Parties, COP26. We can only look south with envy at the £2 fare cap. And I tried again at FMQs in November of that year, and later that month in general questions I was banging the same drum, and I put it to a minister. The Minister is perhaps missing an opportunity here, because we could have a Scottish bus fare cap if she chose to consider it. Is the Minister prepared at least to look at the proposal and what it might cost? And I kept on and on and on, and I was getting quite exasperated, but eventually the government did come round to the idea of a bus fare cap, and naturally they badged it as a collaboration between themselves and the Greens, but such is life. They came to the right conclusion. Now, I want to see fare capping succeed, as it has down south, and as have similar schemes when tried elsewhere in Europe, and indeed in these Isles. And the evidence is there already. In London, bus and tram travel is capped at £5.25 a day and £24.70 a week. Here in Edinburgh, Lothian's tap-tap cap already caps journeys at £5.70 a day and £26.50 a week. In Dublin, yes, I'll take an intervention.
Paul Sweeney.
In the time it's taken the government to even consider introducing the equivalent of the Oyster card, the technology has been superseded both by the tap-in, tap-out technology he refers to, but also now contactless technology, and even using your phone in the form of like Uber for public transport. So you don't even need the faregate infrastructure that we once did. This is something that's so easy to introduce. Why hasn't the government done this to date? Surely it's a missed opportunity.
Graham Simpson.
Paul Sweeney is absolutely right, and I've been talking about advances in technology as well, both in public and in private, but the government really needs to get on board with this. Why they haven't is a mystery to me, Mr Sweeney. I can't answer for the government, but I do wish they'd get on with it. And we've got other examples. I mean, in Dublin, we've got Leap card users in Zone 1, capped at €6 a day, €24 a week. And across England, of course, many single bus fares are capped at £3. And in North Rhine-Westphalia, in Germany, the cap is a monthly spending of €63. So it's a good idea, and we want to see it work, but making public transport cheaper will only work if it's there for people in the first place, and if we make it easy to use. And that's where my amendment comes in. Franchising is allowed in Scotland, but so far only SPT, covering Strathclyde, of course, is pursuing it. The frustration is that franchising exists in law, but for too long it's looked easier to legislate for than to actually deliver. If it takes years of assessments, consultations, audits and approvals before a single new bus appears, passengers will wonder what exactly is going on. So Scotland can't keep congratulating itself for giving councils powers if those powers are so slow and cumbersome that communities see no benefit for years. The process here is heavily bureaucratic. A local transport authority has to go through multiple costly hurdles, as SPT is doing. At the end, there's the added hoop of having to get the whole scheme, if it gets that far, approved by an independent, unelected panel convened by the Traffic Commissioner for Scotland, who is themselves a UK government appointee. The whole thing could fall there, and then, after years of effort, this is all wrong. So I support calls from the Get Glasgow Moving campaign to simplify the existing legislation early in this Parliament. I really would urge the Cabinet Secretary to look at that as a matter of urgency. The Government also needs, I think, to commit to funding SPT for this work. And the other thing we need to do is to get multimodal ticketing. The Smart Ticketing Advisory Board is taking far too long in its work. The second part of my amendment calls for work on that to be speeded up, and I'm glad the Government, I think, recognises the need for that. Again, parts of England are way ahead with this. The West Midlands is probably the best example, but the broader lesson is that parts of England are moving ahead with integrated planning, ticketing and on-demand travel, while Scotland is still talking about it. Now, I suggested last week that once the Cabinet Secretary is back from the States, if indeed he is going, and I hope he does get to go, then he should use the summer to get out and about to see what is going on elsewhere. Because if ministers are serious about affordable public transport, then the test is simple: make it cheaper, make it easier, and make sure it actually turns up. Thank you.
I now call on Daniel Johnson to speak to and move Amendment 367.3.
Thank you very much, Deputy Presiding Officer. I'm sure the Cabinet Secretary is thinking exactly what I'm thinking, is that we should bookmark today's official report to go back in 5 years' time and look at Graham Simpson's contribution to find out what we should have done back then, given his prescience. But in all seriousness, I think Graham Simpson made a lot of sense. And I always think in these matters that Edinburgh members go forward with a degree of jeopardy, that we don't extol the virtues of the system that we have here and look quizzically about why other parts of Scotland don't have it. But I do think the Lothian bus model requires some examination. Indeed, there's a number of interesting anniversaries. It was in 1926 the Annandale bus depot was opened. That made possible 12 routes and 43 miles worth of service spanning the city. It was then in 1986, and the anniversary for that is coming up in October, that the Lothian Regional Transport was set up. An arm's-length, publicly owned company that was... There was an attempt to encourage it to go into a management buyout and into the arms of Stagecoach, which was resisted by the foresight of Labour councillors on Lothian Regional Council. And that was a structure that was maintained and survived through local government organisation. And I make this point because I think ultimately, while I think the points made about fare capping are important, ultimately what we need is a good model that can deliver public services with low fares and good infrastructure, which is what we have in Lothian buses. And it's because of that model that it's publicly owned, arm's-length company that's run in the interest of public service that we have that. Happy to give way to Craig Hoy, although I think I'm not going to agree with him.
I thank Mr Johnson for taking this intervention and extolling the virtues of Lothian buses, which I think, from my experience as a South Scotland MSP in the election, I recognised in relation to Edinburgh transport. But the further you go into Lothian buses regions, particularly in rural areas beyond Edinburgh, the approval rating, I think, drops very significantly. And doesn't this talk to the piece that you should always look through the lens of rural passengers as well as urban passengers when you're debating and discussing the future of our bus services?
Daniel Johnson.
I think we always need to look at the detail, and I think critically where I would agree with him, that we need public transport services that provide that public service to all people wherever they live. I mean, where I would disagree with him in terms of the words of the Conservative amendment that have come forward is that I don't believe that you get that through competition. I think through the last 40 years we've seen what competition has delivered, and it's the destruction of services, the destruction of that availability, and it's actually ultimately through public ownership that I think that you gain those things. So, and with that, that's very much the tenor with which we have drafted the amendment, which I now move in my name. But on the government's motion, I think I very much agree with much of what the Cabinet Secretary has said. I think we have to focus about practical measures that deal with the cost of living. And there's no doubt in my mind that the cost of getting to work, the cost of going about your daily life, is fundamental to that. So I think we, on these benches, would welcome anything that can contribute to alleviating those pressures, particularly around bus fares caps. But I think there are a number of questions which also need to be answered. First of all, the cost of the subsidy for long-distance journeys is inevitably going to be higher. So, for example, in the Highlands and Islands pilot, the £2 fare cap reduced the cost of a fare from Inverness to Wick from £28 to £2. So, how is the Scottish Government going to carry forward that for all long-distance journeys? Will they be covered by a fare cap, and what is projected cost? Secondly, there's a very real risk that the fare caps benefit operators with higher fares. So single fares for first bus range from £2.45 to £7.10, whereas the publicly owned Lothian buses, which is award-winning in both 2024 and 2024, has a flat fare of £2.40. It would be not only ironic, but I think downright unfair if there was a higher level of subsidy for those bus operators that are currently charging more to public and disadvantage to a publicly funded service. Likewise, where will both flexible ticketing, as mentioned by Graham Simpson, but also multimodal ticketing, I mean, bluntly, tickets that span trams and buses, how will they be dealt with? And thirdly, and most importantly, and I think Graham Simpson covered much of this in his contribution as well, and has been highlighted by Willie Rennie, it's all very well and good capping bus fares, but there need to be buses there in order for people to take it. And the reality is that since 2007, we've lost 1,400 bus routes in Scotland. And I do think we need to hear from the Scottish Government about how that will be addressed. And I don't think you can address those in isolation. But I think a wider point needs to be made, which is that I think transport isn't just a convenience. It isn't just a sort of a daily function. It is absolutely critical to economic growth and a healthy economy. We know that we have a big disparity in productivity across our cities. There's about a 50% difference in output per hour work between Edinburgh and either Glasgow or Dundee. If we look at Centres for Cities data, the Glasgow city economy is £7.3 billion per year smaller than if it had performed comparably to other similarly sized Western European countries. Critical to that is that people's ability to get to and from places where they can get better employment and better work and better wages. Buses are absolutely central to that. And according to the Resolution Foundation, a 30-minute commute by car connects workers to 20 times more job opportunities than public transport in small towns and 7 times more in core cities. That is the challenge we need to address, is that it's actually providing people the ability to travel to better work and better employment. And that's why Scottish Labour put a number of transport priorities in our manifesto. I think it's within that context we need to look at things like dualling the A9, delivering a modern metro system for Glasgow, how we link our cities across Scotland, and funding route development across the world. Because these aren't just conveniences, these are fundamental economic links. And finally, on franchising, and this has come up quite a bit in previous interventions, this is a fundamental and an important mechanism for delivering better bus service. It's not an accident that it's being used across the world in places like Sweden, Denmark, Norway and Singapore. But we also have to face the simple reality is that the Transport Act was brought in 2019. And it is only now that in the last few months that we've had guidance. In England, their Transit Equivalent Act was in 2017. Within a year, Manchester was bringing forward a franchising. And across England, we now have franchising in Manchester, Liverpool and West Yorkshire, with plans to bring forward franchising in South Yorkshire and West Midlands, which are well advanced.
Could the member wind up, please?
So that is the critical difference. How are we going to make progress? Because, frankly, the comparison doesn't stand to much scrutiny. Thank you very much.
I now call on Craig Hoy to speak to and move Amendment 367.4.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. And before I forget, can I move the amendment in my name? And can I join Mr Flynn in paying fulsome tribute to those who work across our bus network? And that can be a challenging job, and I think that is something we need to recognise with the rise in antisocial behaviour, and it's something that I will return to later in my speech. Today, I think the Government runs the risk of potentially putting its ambition to deliver cheap headlines and the pursuit of the free ahead of two fundamental propositions, namely the fairness and the consistency of bus provision for passengers right across Scotland as a whole. Now, as Mr Johnson said, the Scottish Conservatives do believe that competition between different providers is, in many instances, though I accept not all, an effective way to achieve this. And until the Minister spoke, I was still unsure about whether today's announcement was effectively an expansion of the Highlands pilot into the Greater Glasgow and SPT area, or a signal of intent that the Government now intends to legislate for a national £2 fare cap. I take it now that it is the latter, but I think we should now therefore be concerned, regardless of our views on a fare cap. I think we should be concerned about the possible cost implications and the implications for the wider transport market, given the already significant costs that we've seen for free bus travel for the under-22s and the over-60s, which we have supported, but which we now need to recognise are very costly. There are, of course, the costs associated with the policy of free travel for asylum seekers that is still in pilot, a policy just which, for the record, for in this Parliament, the Scottish Conservatives would continue to oppose. But the question, not so much for the Minister, but for the Deputy, I will take an intervention.
Patrick Harvey.
I'm grateful. The member is focused on the cost of policies, but he's only looking at half of the equation there. He's looking at the shared costs that the public sector funds for policies that we choose to pay for collectively. In the absence of those policies, those costs fall on families, those costs fall on individuals and on workers. At the moment, surely he agrees, we have a bus service in much of Scotland, the costs of which, falling on the shoulders of individuals and families, are unacceptable.
Craig Hoy.
I accept that there is work to do around the fare cap. It was a Conservative government in the rest of the UK that introduced the pilot scheme in England. But the devil, as always, Mr Harvey, will be in the detail, and that's perhaps something that I will now turn to, because this government faces the tightest of all fiscal corners, and I don't have time, I'm afraid. And today's announcement, I think, only serves potentially to... Well, if I can have the time back, Deputy Presiding Officer.
You will get the time back.
Okay.
Alan Brown.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. He's raised his concern about the loss of some services, particularly in rural areas, which I think most members would agree with. And I notice he changes wording slightly, but in the motion it says, in terms of affordability and reliability, that competition between different providers is the most effective way to achieve the provision. So, isn't it the case that he's actually arguing two polar opposites at the same time? He's complaining about loss of service in the free market and then arguing that only the free market can provide services effectively. They both aren't true at the same time.
Craig Hoy.
I'm not. I'm saying that in most instances, probably all instances, effective competition with an element of state subsidy, particularly for rural areas and hard-to-reach parts of the UK, is, I think, the sensible approach to it. And nobody has questioned that, I think, in this chamber, that we will still need to have supported bus services now and into the future. And I think wherever you stand on concessionary travel, both at its present level and if, for example, we were to pursue the Greens' position of universal free bus transport, there is surely sufficient economic literacy within this chamber to recognise that it is not free. It has has to be paid for by someone, regardless of whether or not they use bus services. And I think this comes to the point that perhaps Mr Harvey isn't fully recognising, and it is also paid for regardless of whether or not people have access to bus services within their communities. And I think one of my issues with the SNP's motion today is it is very specific around the £2 pledge, but it is far less specific about what this fairer and better rural bus service would look like, and whether or not a specific support scheme would come forward for rural bus services, as the Scottish Conservatives proposed. I will give way to Mr Johnson.
Daniel Johnson.
I'm very grateful for Mr Hoy giving way. But does he not recognise that the deregulation of buses in 1986 was a complete and abject failure? Because the sort of competition that he's describing just isn't really possible with these sorts of services. And how does he account for that failure if competition is the guiding principle for success in bus services?
Well, there are clearly different models in different parts of the country, and he referred to Lothian buses, and then I referred to, for example, in East Lothian, where Lothian buses have taken over commercial routes from local operators, because with the full might that they had, they've been able to go in with a lower bid. But actually they are delivering poorer services in certain conditions, and actually putting city buses on rural roads. Issues as simple as that. And if you want to use an example in terms of where competition has in part worked, where the private sector stepped in, it was last year in Dumfries and Galloway, because Stagecoach, who I think behaved appallingly, in my view, a bad actor in that marketplace, simply withdrew, leaving only 2 services that they believed to be commercial and leaving others to go to the wall effectively. But it wasn't just the council. I do want to make progress. But it wasn't just the council that stepped in. It was those small providers like Houston's and other operators who stepped in to make sure
the member is not taking an intervention.
Who stepped in to make sure they kept those services
and
alive.
He also will be winding
the one-size-fits-all model that I think I suspect that Mr Johnson would like to see, but which is using franchising effectively to nationalise Scotland's bus services, I think does not recognise the work of operators such as Border Buses, who very effectively manage their routes, but who in certain conditions, and I accept this, would need state support in rural areas. That principle, I think, is established. But to return to the specifics of the £2 policy, there are some critical questions that need to be addressed by the Minister that have been asked not just by myself but by others. How will additional demand be modelled and funded? What will be in and out of scope? What do we do for those long journeys? And what do you do for journeys where the subsidy will be far smaller? Why was £2 chosen, not £1 or £3? What implications will it have for existing integrated ticketing schemes? What impact will it have on other transport modes, including revenues on the Glasgow subway and ScotRail, which is now in SNP control? And what consideration has been given to the operational changes which will be required to implement the scheme across a very vast region? We are holding judgment on whether or not the £2 pilot fare can be rolled out across the country in an affordable and achievable way. But before I close, I just want to draw attention to one other reason as to why we cannot support the SNP government's motion tonight. It paints a very, very rosy picture about the introduction of concessionary travel, and I accept that it is very, very popular. But there are real problems, for example, in relation to antisocial behaviour. And I think this motion effectively sweeps some of the problems under the carpet and focuses only on the positives. Before we roll out something as significant and potentially as costly as this to all parts of Scotland, we must make sure that a full evaluation has taken place, and I don't think the Minister has yet given us assurance that that is in fact the case.
I now call on Patrick Harvey, who has 4 minutes.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I welcome the fact that this debate has been brought, and I'll say again, I'm glad that the Government is so proud of many policies that the Greens persuaded them to adopt. And I do say that not just... We've all enjoyed a little bit of knockabout of us all claiming credit, but it's not just that. I genuinely believe that this Parliament is at its best when political parties do seek out the common ground between each other and find ways to work together. And on bus, that has been achieved, and I'm very glad of it. Greens have worked hard to protect local routes in their communities, right up and down the country. We've worked to try and give voice to bus users who very rarely are heard from, in contrast with the likes of the road lobby. We've worked to expand free bus travel, first, as I said, under 19s, then under 22s and asylum seekers. And I restate the need to make that scheme for asylum seekers a permanent policy after the pilot, which was closed some time ago. And the £2 bus fare cap, again, came up in a budget discussion with the SNP. We were told at the time that a national £2 bus fare cap wasn't achievable and all we could get was a pilot. Well, we were glad to see that as a small step in the right direction, but I'm even more glad that the government now acknowledges that we were right in the first place and that a national rollout of that policy is the right way to go. But what all of this shows, all of these measures, policies, interventions, subsidies, and the more that we have to do on infrastructure, on providing information for passengers, on the transition to low carbon, all of this demonstrates that privatisation and deregulation as a model of bus service provision has comprehensively failed, and it has failed for decades. I genuinely think that the most comical aspect of today's debate is in the text of Mr Hoy's amendment, saying that competition between different providers is the most effective way to achieve affordability and reliability. And I invite the Chamber to consider the parallel universe in which that statement was true. In that parallel universe, we have seen for the last 40 years continual improvement in the reliability and affordability of bus services throughout our country. Buses would be as cheap as they are in the most progressive European countries. They'd be a ubiquitous, reliable way for people in every community to get about. And it simply isn't true. In truth, the private sector cherry-pick the routes they want to run. They cut the services they don't want to run or restrict them in terms of the times of day that they operate. They hike the fares to meet the commercial needs and interests of the owners, not the transport needs of communities. And after all of that, yeah, they still want subsidy. They still want the benefit of having public money going in, whether it's to cut the fares, to improve the vehicles, or other aspects of how the system is run. So that sense of a private sector, market-led, competition-led model, frankly, it's a farce. I give way.
Paul Sweeney.
I thank Mr Harvey for giving way. Does he not agree with me that the most extreme polarisation of this argument has been their opposition to the concessionary travel scheme for people seeking asylum, when there was previously consensus from members such as Mr Carlaw on that measure, and when there is profit extraction from the system, the weakest members of the community who are banned from working, banned from social security, are then being penalised in their view?
I agree. I think the member knows I agree very strongly with him on that point, and it's I think the particular opposition to that policy is not really about bus services. It's about the desire to punch down against a marginalised and vulnerable minority for populist reasons, and it's disgraceful. Look, the opportunity, the solution that exists before us is the shift to franchising. It needs to be accelerated, made less bureaucratic and financially supported by government, because that is the way that we protect service standards, including in the rural areas that many members have talked about. Take power away from the operators to simply scrap routes and abandon communities, and make sure that the public sector, which is paying for the subsidy, sets the service standard. And from there, we move on. And yes, I say unashamedly, deliver those franchises to publicly owned operators, whether that's nationally owned or preferably locally owned, with their roots in the communities that they serve, because that's the way to have public transport as a genuine public service, and that's what Scotland deserves.
I now call on Willie Rennie, who has 4 minutes.
When I was listening to the Cabinet Secretary describing his new bus bill, I was intrigued with one little line that he didn't extrapolate upon, but I was intrigued as to what it actually meant. He was indicating that we would perhaps require legislation for the bus fare cap, but also potentially around about regulation. Is that what the Minister is indicating, that new legislation will be required to speed up the process? I'm happy to take an intervention if that's what his intention is. You come back to us on that. OK, that's fine. That's intriguing in itself that he's not able to answer straight away. But for me, it's all about routes. In Fife, I experienced the almost annual round of bus changes, which radically disrupt people's lives. I'll give you an example. If you live in Auchtermuchty and worked in Perth, the bus route was changed twice, and you now have to try and seek several changes of buses in order to get to your work. And many people just can't make it work. They have to get up at an extraordinarily early time of the day to make it possible to get to work. But the bus companies just go around cherry picking, and I have to say, Stagecoach is the worst, because they do just pick the routes that they want, they try routes out, they get people to use those bus services, create new lives and new working patterns, and then pull the rug away from them in the following year. And meanwhile, the council comes along and has to fill in the gaps. Together with, I have to say, the very effective bus company called Muffet and Williamson. They're not all profiteers. They do actually work very well for their communities, but they come along and work with the council to fill in the gaps, and that happens almost every single year. Meanwhile, Stagecoach just choose the routes that they want. And my question here, and it's to urge a little bit of caution, because I think when they looked at the English pilots on the cap, they found that it wasn't particularly good value for money. And I worry that when the route development, the network support grant, which was introduced, that's been cut by about 31% since 2012 in real terms, and we are putting more money into a cap and concessionary fares, that the effect is that we're shifting support from rural areas into urban areas. And of course I'm in favour of the cap, I'm in favour of the concessionary fares, but I just want us to think carefully about how we use public funds in a time when it's actually very restrictive on public finance. I don't know if the Cabinet Secretary's got an answer yet to the regulation point, but maybe we'll keep on waiting. The other aspect that we need to have, is he going to come back to me today, or is he going to wait until he consults his officials? But I am really genuinely intrigued, because as far as I'm aware, we actually don't need legislation for the bus cap, the fare cap. So why are we introducing a bill if it's not for something more substantial than that? Because I think an awful lot of the organisations like Strathclyde Passenger Transport would welcome a simplified process, something that does take actually a shorter period than the current 7 years it has to get to the stage that we are now. So if there is a simplified process coming down the track, I would very much welcome that. To pledge, yes, certainly.
Cabinet Secretary.
I thank Mr Rennie for giving way. I'm afraid I took a little time there, because I think he might have misheard me, because I was looking at my speech and I'm not sure I used the phrase that he intimated. In terms of the legislation with regards to the £2 fare cap, that is indeed what we said within our manifesto. The Better Buses legislation is something that I will seek to work with him and others on to make sure that we can secure better services for people right across Scotland. I don't think I used the specific phrase that he said, but maybe we can check the record in that regard later.
Willie Rennie.
I'm still not sure that's very clear, because I'm not quite sure what better services across Scotland really actually means. So perhaps we'll find out more when he comes before the Transport Committee later on this year. We'll maybe be able to explain it in full. But I will support the Graham Simpson's amendment on the multimodal, the ticketing. I think the smart ticketing is something that we should have had some time ago. People who, particularly in rural areas, move from one bus to the next or even to the train require a much more simplified process. But with that, I will conclude.
We now move on to the open debate. Lloyd Melville.
Thank you. Before I begin, I refer members to my register of interests as a sitting Angus councillor. Presiding officer, a bus fare is not just the price of a ticket. It can be the difference between a journey made and a journey missed. For the young worker in Arbroath travelling to Dundee, it might decide whether a job is practical. For the mum in Glams trying to reach an appointment in Kirriemuir, it is one more cost in a week already stretched. For the older person trying to stay connected, it can be the difference between being part of community life and being cut off from it. That is why fares matter. They are not only about the cost of travel, they are about the practical choices that people have. Scotland has already made important progress. Free bus travel for young people has widened access to college, work and training. Concessionary travel protects the freedom of older and disabled people. And new powers give councils more tools to shape services around local need. That is a record worth defending, but we must go further. For working-age adults on low incomes, people just outside existing eligibility, and families counting every penny. A fare that is too high does not simply make travel dearer, it can make travel impossible. And that is why a £2 cap matters. It gives people certainty before they take the job, book the appointment or visit family. But, Presiding Officer, price is only half of the promise. A cheaper ticket only matters if there is a bus people can actually use. So the test is not just what does the fare cost, it is does the bus fit the early shift? Does it connect with the train? Does it get someone home again? That is especially important in rural and small-town Scotland. In many areas like mine, people use cars because that is the only practical option. And we shouldn't lecture people out of cars when the bus doesn't meet the shift, the appointment or the last train home. We have to make public transport a real and practical choice. And that requires action from government, and it also requires operators to listen not just to passenger numbers or to profit, but to properly listen to the views and the needs of our communities. And let me associate myself with the comments of Mr Rennie in that regard. A £2 cap should not stand alone. It should come with buses that meet shifts, timetables that connect with trains, community transport where a fixed route cannot do the job. Presiding Officer, as a councillor, I was proud to help secure demand-led transport for some of the smallest rural communities in Angus. Now, I've travelled on that service and I've spoken to the passengers who use it. And the main phrase that stayed with me was that it wrapped around their lives. That is the point. Public transport works best when it fits people's lives, rather than asking people to fit their lives around a timetable that doesn't work for them. Now, demand-led transport is not the answer everywhere, but in communities where a traditional fixed route will never meet every need, it can be part of the answer. And it reminds us what this debate is really about. The fare is the price of the journey, but the value of that journey is what it makes possible. A shift accepted, a hospital appointment kept, a grandparent visited. That is why action to make fares more affordable matters. It puts more money back in people's pockets, it shows a government on the side of passengers, and we should be proud of that. A £2 cap can make the fare fairer, but the next task is bigger. Not just lower fares, but services built around people's lives. Thank you.
Can I remind members, if they wish to speak to the debate, could they press the request to speak buttons? And I call Don Black.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, and I refer to my register of interest that I am a DVSA-approved driving instructor and a serving councillor in Aberdeenshire. And we may have a little bit of déjà vu because my speech does echo quite a few of the views already stated this afternoon, especially Mr Melville. So when we talk about public transport, we aren't just talking about buses, timetables and ticket prices. We are talking about freedom. We're talking about the basic fundamental right to connect, to get to work, to attend school, to access healthcare, to socialise and to see loved ones. And we're making immense strides. Today, Scotland boasts the most generous concessionary travel scheme anywhere in the UK. And because of the SNP Scottish Government's commitment to the future, we provide entirely free bus travel to everyone over the age of 60, those with eligible disabilities, and all children and young people under 22. So that is 2.3 million Scots who can hop on a bus without reaching for a single penny, saving families money. But we cannot stop here. Considering the reality for working adults and families who fall outside these brackets, when the daily commute in my area can cost upwards of £15 a day, often more than an hour or two of wages, people are forced into their cars as it is cheaper to drive and pay parking fees, especially if more than one family member are travelling together. This isn't just an economic penalty on working families, it's also a hurdle to our environmental ambitions. That is exactly why the push for fairer, capped and affordable fares is so critical. We've seen the tangible difference that has been made by the trial of the regional £2 bus fare cap pilot across the islands, Argyll and Bute and our island communities. And by capping exorbitant rural fares at just £2, we're giving people money back into their pockets and their time back. We're replacing a prohibitive cost of living burden with a simple, practical and accessible transport alternative. The evidence is clear: when public transport works well and is priced fairly, it gives communities a new lease of life. But, as has been mentioned by others previously and has been acknowledged by the Cabinet Secretary already, this right of public transport is not afforded to those who live in small towns and rural areas. Small town circulars are pretty much a thing of the past, and you can only connect to the main cities with the most services being on a hub and spoke model, which, as Willie Rennie and others have pointed out, is cherry-picking routes. So you have to go into the hub to connect and make your journey back out to your destination. Buses in between small towns and villages are few and far between, meaning there is a disproportionate amount of transport poverty in rural areas like my constituency of Angus North and Mearns, where it can be miles before you can even get to a bus route. Though I do have to say that the introduction of the Ember buses has had a hugely positive impact in Angus and Aberdeenshire. For this is a matter of equal opportunity, as regular, reliable public transport also makes it possible for those that can't drive to get about and to access town and city centres. And it's generally taken for granted that the majority of people are capable of driving, but there are a myriad of reasons why a good proportion of the population can't do that. Like age, young people rely on their parents for transport, or the loss of the ability to drive in older age and the loss of the independence that comes with that. Medical reasons, loss of sight or blindness, conditions such as epilepsy or indeed any form of non-epileptic seizure, where a person can't legally drive if they've had a seizure in the last 12 months. So even if a person has a seizure only once every few months, they can't get behind the wheel. Neurodivergence can prevent some from learning, or it takes a longer amount of time to learn, which can be cost prohibitive, which brings me to the cost. Cost of learning to drive can mean that it's out of reach for so many people. And once you pass your test, cars are expensive to buy and run, with the current skyrocketing of fuel prices, vehicle tax and exorbitant insurance that so many just can't afford. So I'm in agreement with Mr Lloyd, Mr Rennie and Mr Simpson that we need more accessible public transport, a truly representative network connecting all communities to make buses a viable option for our rural population as well as our urban areas. Using the Transport Scotland Tier 1 bus infrastructure funding by regional transport partnerships and local authorities to increase remote connectivity is vital, alongside making buses affordable. And these are the absolute prerequisites if we're to achieve the National Transport Strategy's goals: cutting carbon emissions, reducing our reliance on cars and bringing our rural and urban economies closer together. So let us commit today to a Scotland where reliable, affordable bus travel isn't just a temporary pilot project, but a permanent reality for everyone.
I call Ariane Burgess to be followed by Bob Doris. 4 minutes, please.
Thanks, Presiding Officer. Not to over-egg it, but I do want to say that the £2 single fare pilot was something that the Scottish Greens very constructively negotiated in a budget. And I think that is a really incredible example of negotiations and how we seek to be working throughout this session. What I'm really proud of is that it was rolled out in the Highlands and Islands, the region that I represent, and what we know from data in April from Highland Council is that fare-paying passengers increased by 25% in that first month. That is incredible. People are at remarkable speed are transforming the way that they move around. And I have actually, as I was out and about in March and April talking to people, that was one of the things that they wanted to tell me about. And why wouldn't you? With a fare, for example, from Wick to Inverness going from £31 to £2 single, or Inverness to Elgin from £15 to £2. It is a really incredible, radical, life-changing thing that people are really embracing in the region. I also want to say that I am delighted that the pilot rolled out in the Highlands and Islands. So here's an example of something that Greens have been calling for, an island and rural community first approach. So let's try it out. And I want to see that happen in this session more, that we try things out in our rural and island communities, not leave them as afterthoughts, which has so often been the case.
So we've solved affordability in the case of the Highlands and Islands, and now we're looking to roll it out across the rest of Scotland. But as we've already heard in this debate today, reliability is not solved. We can see that when the government chooses to act on something, then we get that result. So we've got cheap fares, but the problem is, in some cases, we've got no bus, or they're infrequent buses, as we again have heard. A no bus doesn't get people to work, or to hospital, or even to see football. What people need is confidence. They need to feel confident about choosing that mode of transport, choosing the bus, and that when they're standing at the bus stop in the pouring rain, the bus is going to show up. So we absolutely need system change. We need a change away from private cherry picking, where services are cancelled out of the blue and leave people stranded, and then communities have to spend weeks and months fighting to get that service brought back online, and maybe with less frequent services. So along with affordable buses, we absolutely need reliable buses, and they matter to get people to work, to create that confidence, but also we have an incredible opportunity here to reduce car dependency and help meet our climate targets, which is something that we were discussing at great lengths in the last session, that we really need to stay on course with those. So that requires real powers for councils, that full franchising and municipal ownership. We must see a minimum service standard. Buses must be an essential part of our public infrastructure, and that has to be, as others have talked about, a joined up form of transport. Buses, ferries, trains, all connected, so you can get on, start your journey on one mode of transport, work through all different other ones, and arrive at your destination. So, based on the Highlands and Islands pilot, which has been extraordinarily successful, I welcome the rollout to other parts of Scotland. But it was good to hear from the Cabinet Secretary in his opening remarks that there is going to be some work on service standards and potential ownership reviews and so on and so forth. But I think the thing is we absolutely need to see action in this session. We have to see results, and that's something that certainly myself and the Greens will be keeping an eye on over the next coming months and years. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Bob Doris to be followed by Pauline Stafford. Up to 4 minutes, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Presiding Officer, I'm a regular bus user, frequently in buses across North Glasgow beyond with my 2 young children. Buses are an essential part of my day-to-day life, as they are for many of my constituents. I see what works well, but I'm also well aware of improvements must be made. Be that improvements which are required regarding the provision of evenings or Sunday services on some routes, or indeed parts of the bus network where there are clear gaps in provision altogether, or indeed capacity issues where a single-decker bus arrives at peak times and double-deckers are clearly required. Can you get a seat? Can a parent navigate onto a bus with a pram, or disabled traveller with a power-assisted wheelchair? And of course, there's issues regarding reliability. But I suppose, Presiding Officer, for balance, bus passengers, myself included, don't tend to highlight when our bus services run well, and they do run well at times. There are occasions when buses are on time and the service is of high quality and is efficient. We want to encourage more people to use buses, not less. However, it is occasions where we feel let down by the bus service that we remember. But on a positive note, affordability issues are, for those using the bus, have been eliminated for those under 22 by and large, and for those over 60. Our Scottish Government has put a substantial financial model in place where it is free for those groups to use all services in Scotland, a model that I hope to return to later, only if I get time back, Presiding Officer. Thank you.
Call Creecoy.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. I think the member has identified perhaps one of the contradictions potentially in this policy. He says he is a frequent bus user. He's also on £80,000 a year. And by making that cheaper provision available to all, many people who could afford to pay a marginally higher fare, does he recognise the trade-off potentially is less money to spend on the reliability and the punctuality of bus services?
Bob Doris.
Mr Hoyer, thank you for the intervention, but that intervention really is for the birds. The trade-off is that I should be higher, more progressive taxation for public services in our country, something that I support. Concessionary bus travel has been a significant success, but its job only partially done. If a person is over 21 and under 60, bus journeys will not feel like good value. A few stops in a first Glasgow bus will cost £2.45, and it is only a few stops. Most single journeys are £3.25. I therefore strongly welcome our Scottish Government's commitment to a £2 capped price for bus fares in Glasgow. It will make a difference in our city. It will make a real difference, but it needs to be carefully implemented. Yes.
Paul Sweeney.
He's making some good observations about Glasgow. I commend him for his collegiate work on advancing the pilot on free concessionary bus travel for people seeking asylum in the last session. To agree with me, it needs to be a priority for the government to make that a permanent scheme as soon as possible.
Bob Doris.
Can I thank Mr Speed for that intervention? My views have not changed on that. I want it to be implemented in a sustainable and workable fashion. I hope we can deliver on that. Many bus users do not or cannot take a single bus service to where they wish to go. Often bus users will be required to change buses to reach their end destination. At times 4 as opposed to 2 tickets will be required, with a change in the city centre or elsewhere to make the return journey passengers will require. That would cost £8 under a capped fare. Many commuters in our city would instead rely on a first day ticket at £6.30 to do such journeys, considerably more for those whose bus journeys require changes compared to those who have direct end-to-end routes. There could be an inequality there. I would urge that arrangements can be made with bus companies to ensure those requiring to change a bus in such circumstances do not lose out. After all, public money pumped into bus operators must be used for the public good. Indeed, in the current financial year, the budget anticipated to be invested in bus services is £528 million. Let me say that again, £528 million, £472.8 million for concessionary travel. There's a lot of money in this system. That's a financial model that needs reviewed to see if it is working well as it could be for the public good. Indeed, I am sure SPT, who are continuing to develop its bus franchising model for Strathclyde, would be particularly interested to see how that money could be used by them within the Strathclyde area. Can I also just say that I think we need to look at the relationship between the reimbursement rates for concessionary travel, which is 52.9% of a single journey, and the cost of a single journey. There's an incentive within the system for bus companies to increase the price of a single journey because the reimbursement for concessionary travel is directly linked to that. So in closing, Presiding Officer, I welcome the £2 bus cap. I look forward to franchising, hopefully within Strathclyde, which will require partnership funding with the Scottish Government. But we also have to use the massive amount of money already invested by the public and the Scottish Government in the system much better for the public good. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Pauline Stafford to be followed by Stephen.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, and I would refer members to my register of interests as an elected member of West Lothian Council. Presiding Officer, affordable and reliable public transport is not a luxury, it's an essential public service, and if we are serious about tackling the cost of living and encouraging people onto public transport, then price really matters. So I welcome the Scottish Government's commitment to this £2 cap across Scotland. I think this is the next logical step to build on the success of schemes like the under-22s, which we've heard today have reached 300 million journeys since they were introduced. Earlier this week, when I knew I would be speaking today, I mapped out my own family's travel patterns for this week, and I compared the time and the costs of the journeys that I have to make both with a car and without one. Between work, school runs and clubs, shopping, evening meetings, I calculated that I would need around 9 hours of travel time with a car. Without one, this doubled to almost 18 hours, not to mention missing many of the tighter meetings in the schedule. For some of these journeys, there was almost no feasible alternative to the car, but not every journey was a clear-cut choice. Where trips could easily be made by bus was where cost became crucial. When all other factors are broadly equal, but public transport is more expensive, people will understandably choose the car where they are able to do so. So if we want people to be able to leave their cars at home, we must make public transport the natural choice.
faster, more affordable, safe and seamlessly integrated into their lives, as we've heard today. And the £2 fare cap is part of this process. Countries like the Netherlands and Germany have shown what can be achieved through making sustainable travel the easy choice for people, but that requires long-term thinking and long-term investment. During my 4 years living in the Netherlands, it was their transport policies that made the biggest difference to my quality of life there. Their integrated transport card allows you to seamlessly combine train, bus or tram in a single affordable journey. The cities are quieter, they have a better air quality and the safer streets enable young people there to have an independence earlier on in their lives. That's the prize for us and that's what we should be working for. But sadly, this is not the experience of many communities across Scotland. In West Lothian, we've seen some bus services withdrawn at incredibly short notice and no consultation of the people they are meant to serve. We have villages entirely cut off in the early evening and no Sunday service. And in some of the most deprived parts of my constituency, people are having to use taxis to access medical appointments or do a weekly shop. And this is in the central belt. In many a case, there isn't a choice between car or bus. In the last census, it showed that over 20% of residents in West Lothian had no access to a car. So without affordable public transport, the risk is that these people become isolated in their communities and they lose access to vital public services. Our fragmented bus network too often fails the passengers that it is meant to serve, and as a result of bus services being run according to commercial profitability rather than public need. And that's why the Scottish Government has pursued subsidised travel schemes that help sustain services and why we continue to explore greater public control through franchising, partnerships and public ownership. And where public ownership exists, we can see the benefits, and we've heard about them today. Lothian Buses has returned tens of millions of pounds to the public purse over the last decade. That's money reinvested into services rather than distributed to private shareholders. And the success of removing peak rail fares is evident, making the train more affordable and accessible option and growing its usage. Where public confidence in a service grows, so too does its sustainability. If we fail to provide an alternative to car use, we are locking families into higher transport costs, increasing congestion and the impact on our economy, and we're making it harder to meet our climate ambitions. The £2 fare cap is a step towards a system that is fairer, more affordable, more accessible. If we all accept that transport is an essential service, then we must ensure that it is delivered for the public good and it is accessible to everyone who relies on it. So I support this motion and I look forward to the cap coming to West Lothian as soon as possible.
Thank you. I call Stephen Bonner to be followed by Alan Brown.
Presiding Officer, I was very keen to contribute to today's debate on affordable bus fares because public transport is about far more than just getting from one place to another. It's about opportunities, fairness and connection for many people across Scotland, and particularly in communities such as Uddingston and Belsill. The bus remains an essential lifeline. Residents rely on bus services, as the Transport Minister outlined earlier, to access their work, their education, attend healthcare appointments and stay connected within their local communities. And for those without access to a car, there is often no realistic alternative. I'm a non-driver myself. I rely on buses every week to get around my constituency and, of course, travelling through here to Parliament as well. And I have done previously in my other life as well, outside of politics. I've always been a bus user and I know how vital the services are to people. It gives me a real appreciation of how important and affordable reliable services are. So the Scottish Government concessionary bus travel scheme, we have already transformed lives for many people. Of course, we've outlined our under-22s, we've helped young people access their education, employment and training opportunities. And while free travel for older and disabled people continues to reduce isolation and support independent living for people, these policies are making a real difference. However, many working-age adults continue to face significant transport costs. Presiding Officer, I recently heard from one of my constituents named Drew, who paid £6.20 for a single journey on the X44 bus between Holytown and Belsill, places you know well, Presiding Officer. And this is, as you know, not a journey across Scotland. It's not even a journey outside the region. It was a short local trip home after a long night shift. For many households already facing pressures about the cost of living, transport costs are often another barrier to opportunity for people. So, if we are serious about tackling poverty and expanding opportunities, then we must be serious about the cost of getting to your work, your education facility or your community-based activity. This is why the proposed extension of the £2 cap to places like Lanarkshire will be vitally important for people. For my constituents, it could make a real difference. It could help an apprentice travelling to their placement, support shift workers commuting across the region, and make it easier for families to access sporting and leisure opportunities. Affordable bus travel is also good for our economy and our local environment. If we want fewer cars on the road, I think we all do, lower emissions and less congestion, then public transport must be an attractive and affordable option. People cannot be expected to make the switch if fares remain too high and too expensive. Of course, affordability alone is not enough. We must continue to improve reliability, frequency and connectivity, and we've heard about that across the chamber today. Constituents are regularly telling me about the need that they need buses that they can depend on, particularly in the evenings and at weekends. Affordable fares and reliable services must go hand in hand. Affordable bus fares are not simply a transport policy, they are a policy of opportunity. They help connect people to jobs, to education, to healthcare and to community life. They help reduce inequality and ensure that where someone lives does not determine the opportunities that are available to them. And for those reasons, I welcome the Scottish Government. Yes, of course I will, Michelle.
Michelle Campbell.
Mr Campbell.
Thank you very much to the member for giving me. I find it very refreshing, the perspective that he's offering in terms of that whole picture perspective. But on that as well, in terms of violence against women and girls, this is an opportunity for us to make sure that women often, I'm sure many in this chamber, how many times you walk about with a key in your pocket when you're walking about, when you can't get any public transport? That's part of the reason why I choose to travel by car sometimes. So does he see the opportunity that this presents as well to allow to empower women and girls? Thank you.
Stephen Bonner.
Yes, I thank Ms Campbell for her intervention, and I wholeheartedly agree. The constituency that I represent has small towns and villages that after 6 o'clock in the evening you'll find it very difficult to get a service to take you to your own home, and this is causing problems not only for women and girls but for everybody. But I do appreciate that women and girls have a different factor that they have to take on board every time they make these journeys as well. So I'll just finish up, Presiding Officer, by saying that I do welcome the Scottish Government's focus on affordable bus fares. I look forward to seeing the benefits of the cap in the communities that I represent of Uddingston and Belsill, and indeed all across Scotland. Thank you.
Thank you. The final speech of the open debate, I call Alan Brown.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I'd like to start off by congratulating the Cabinet Secretary, who seems to have brought forward proposals in a motion which united the entire chamber. That is, except for Craig Hoy, who obviously doesn't want to hear what I say either. It's quite obvious Craig does not see the direction of travel, for want of a pun. Presiding Officer, what a welcome cost of living measure that these proposals are. I've actually already had constituent inquiries asking me when this is going to be introduced. So I really welcome the fact that Ayrshire is rightly in the first tranche, which covers the Strathclyde region. This hopefully also gives opportunities for SBT and local authorities to further consider franchising and take advantage of the potential increase in passenger numbers and revenue support. Presiding Officer, for my constituents who work in Glasgow and have a daily commute, work in Glasgow or study in Glasgow and have a daily commute from Kilmarnock, what a difference this is going to make. At the moment, an on-the-day single fare for bus fares is £8.10, or you get a return for just under £15. So that's going to go down to £4 a day, saving people over £50 a week. It opens new job markets and education opportunities for those who are previously unable to afford that commute. And what an incentive to swap the car for bus travel, clearly a more sustainable form of transport. One question I do have for the Cabinet Secretary is, how do we implement a subsidy that supports the new cap system? And by that, what I mean is, we can compare savings for passengers against some of the fares the bus companies advertise, but that's clearly different to the physical cost for the bus operator and the level of support they need, especially if critical mass of passengers is actually achieved. So we need to make sure we get best value and not contribute to excess profits. And on excess profits, as others have said, this is why we need more franchises under public ownership. In my travels for the Scotland-Haiti game at the weekend there, I started out with the loading bus to the airport. what I thought was a reasonable £8.50 open return fare. Meanwhile, in Glasgow, first bus costs more than double that for a similar journey from Glasgow Airport to the city centre. So, Presiding Officer, this shows the potential, one, of public ownership, but also that balance how we need to make sure the £2 cap does not unduly reward a company like First Bus, who uses a monopoly to charge higher fares. Now, on a more local basis in my constituency, I stay in Galston, 5 miles from Kilmarnock. A single fare is currently £5.10 into Kilmarnock, or just under £10 return. Unaffordable for many. So again, the £4 return will be a great saving. But it does mean the 5-mile journey to Kilmarnock from Galston is going to be the same price then as the 25-mile journey from Kilmarnock to Glasgow. So it actually introduces a financial penalty effectively for those that have to have that change at Kilmarnock bus station. And then, it was touched on earlier, I think, by Daniel Johnson, when the full service is rolled out, passengers will be able to travel from Glasgow to Inverness, it looks like under these proposals, for the same £2 cap. So I do think there is a balance or a debate to be had in the distance allowed for the £2 cap, or perhaps a way of buying through tickets, the way it used to be under Western SMT, as my colleague Bob Doris mentioned earlier on. Presiding Officer, a few further considerations. When travelling from Kilmarnock to Glasgow at the moment, the bus fare is only marginally less than the cost of travelling with train. But under the new system, bus travel will be 50% less than the train. So we need to look at what are the effects on train travel, and the subsidy for train travel need revisited. What thoughts have been given to possible requirement for a number of new buses, for new park and ride facilities, because Kilmarnock and Fenny areas in my constituency will need new park and ride. There are actual pressures already. And how do we develop these new services? There really is an opportunity to transform bus services, hopefully leading to public franchises, with all the monies reinvested back into services. But we need to make sure we get the model right for what is a fantastic initiative that's going to support so many people right across Scotland.
Thank you. We now move to closing speeches, and I call on Willie Rennie. Up to 4 minutes, please.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. I was very grateful for Alan Brown's recitation of his bus route. All the way I thought he was going to go to Boston and he was going to regale us about the cost of every single leg of the trip. And I'm grateful that he didn't, because I think for those who enjoyed the match, we didn't really need to hear about the bus journey. But I think Craig Hoy actually, in his last bit of his contribution, I think hit on a point that I was hoping the Cabinet Secretary would include in his remarks, which is, we have to be honest about behaviour on some buses, because there is an issue. We know there's an issue. We know there's been some violent attacks, but there's also issues about the congregation of younger people around about bus stations, and there are certain hot spots, particularly in Fife, around about Kirkcaldy and Glenrothes, but also I hear about Kilmarnock and other places across Scotland. And we should just be honest about it, that it's part of what comes with what I think is a good policy, but it's something we're going to have to try and mitigate. So I hope the Cabinet Secretary will address that in his summing up, because I thought Craig Hoy made a fair point. But I thought there were 3 particular contributions that I especially welcomed. One was from Lloyd Melville, who is the Deputy Convener on the Transport Committee just appointed this morning, from Don Black, but also Pauline Stafford, who all talks about how certain communities and certain groups of people are just cut off from society through the lack of appropriate bus services in some communities. And that's not just very rural parts, sometimes it's isolated communities in the Central Belt. And we do need to make sure that when we are considering the use of public funds, that we do consider how we can best ensure that those routes and those people have got the freedom that Dawn Black talked about in her contribution. And I sometimes worry, which I alluded to in my opening remarks, I sometimes worry that in the race towards the cap, that we aren't considering the pot of money that we've got available to make sure we have a rounded service that's available to every part of the country. Because there is no point in having cheap fares if you don't have a bus service. So I think the demand responsive transport that Lloyd Melville talked about as well is a good way of making sure that we plug particular gaps, often for elderly people who don't want to go on a general bus service and they want to know that the bus will come to their area when they need them. And I think we should be looking at expanding that particular service. We will be hopefully having the Transport Cabinet Secretary before the Transport Committee later on this year, where we will be looking at the bus issues, whether it's through his new bus bill with the mysterious elements about it that we don't quite know about yet, and also the bus fare cap. He's still not telling us. So I'm looking forward to those evidence sessions where he will reveal all about what's going to be in this bus bill. But I do want to consider the cost of all this, because at no point in this debate have we talked about the £5 billion financial hole that we've cut in the public finances that will be towards the end of the decade. And sometimes when we're talking about nationalisation and expanding the bus fare cap, we didn't really think about the cost of all these things. And we do. Every member of this Parliament's got a responsibility to think. Just briefly, yes.
Very briefly, please, Mr Dawes.
Thank you. As a brief intervention, Mr Rennie, I'll be convening the Public Service Reform Committee in this Parliament. I know we're spending £528 million this year alone on bus services. Do you think we can get better value for money for that and drive in efficiencies?
I think that's what I'm asking for us to consider, rather than necessarily just the headline policy. We need to think about the value for money and the impact that we get from it. So I would just like us sometimes just to take a step back and look at everything in the round, rather sometimes in the silo approaches that we do take to policy. But we do need to consider the overall cost. We do need to consider how we can best use the public finances. But we also need to consider that the costs for bus companies have gone up. The price of buying new buses is considerable. The cost of fuel has gone up. The cost of providing bus services into some parts of the country are more than others. So we do need to consider everything in the round to make sure that we can have a bus service that's available for everybody in every part of our communities.
Thank you. Can I call Craig Hoy to be followed by Laura Moody?
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. And can I just take up the point that Mr Rennie just did, is that in the round this policy looks to be a good one, but in 4 years' time, once we've had the pilot throughout SPT and in densely populated city like Glasgow, we may suddenly find that the costs of this are simply not affordable. Or it may end up with a situation where we are borrowing from Peter to pay for Paul. And this could be done in one of two ways, which is, if we are to look at the expenditure on bus travel at the moment, does that mean less for supported services in rural areas? Because that certainly seems to be the trend to date. But also, and I think Mr Brown referred to this as well, is what impact does it potentially have on rail travel? So the Cabinet Secretary is obviously the Minister responsible for Scottish rail holdings. Now look, tonight, if I was to go on the 506 from Dumfries to Annan, it would be £6.40. Under this policy, if I went by bus, which takes about 20 minutes longer, it would be a flat £2. So is this going to have ramifications for ScotRail, or are they going to have to extend the subsidy scheme to rail services in Scotland, and in which case that will only make the whole policy yet more expensive still? I'd just like to refer to a few of the contributions today. Graham Simpson and I, and many times in the past, I seem to remember when he was in the Conservative Party, him persuading me that we should have a fringe event on through ticketing, and he made that fringe event very, very interesting. And today he managed to make an international comparison of fare caps around Europe and the rest of the world equally interesting too. And I say I have some sympathy with the concept of a fare cap, but I think the devil lies in the detail, and I think my problem and my party's problem with the motion today is that it glosses over some of the deficiencies, such as antisocial behaviour, as Mr Rennie just made clear in its motion, and it also fails to actually explain what this better bus service provision would be, whereas it is very specific on the headline-grabbing £2 fare, even although many of those questions that I raised earlier that have been raised by industry bodies and others have not yet been addressed. And I will give way to Mr Simpson.
Graham Simpson.
Thank Craig Hoy for taking the intervention and for lavishing praise on me, which I certainly wasn't expecting. But I wonder, I was a bit baffled by his first contribution. I wonder if Craig Hoy can tell the Chamber if there is anything about the current bus system that he would like to change.
Craig Hoy.
Yes, absolutely is, and he will have looked closely at the Scottish Conservative and Unionist Party's manifesto, and that included a very clear commitment to a rural bus fund, so that those supported services, which are very fragile in areas such as Langham, Closeburn, Sanka, Thornhill, in my constituency, are actually there, because these are lifeline services, and if we see the cost of concessionary travel continue to rise inexorably, then my fear is that those services become even more vulnerable still. So I'd just like to close with, again, repeating a couple of questions to the Minister, but just with a quote from the Confederation of Passenger Transport, who said this: "Ambitious transport policy only succeed if government works through the practical realities of delivery from the outset. Without careful consideration of deliverability in the short and longer term, it could risk disappointing passengers, communities and the industry alike." So returning to the £2 cap, what impact will it have on other forms of transport and the revenue, specifically train services? What impact might it have on funds available for supported and rural services? How much will it cost, and will that be achievable after Ivan McKee and the Deputy First Minister have run their slide rule over Scotland's finances over the coming years? How will it be paid for? Which taxes will rise and by how much, or which services will be cut? And unless these fundamental questions are answered, then this policy, like so many SNP policies in the giveaway variety, is likely, I'm afraid, Minister, to fall short or to fall apart entirely.
Thank you. I call on Laura Moody, up to 4 minutes, please, to be followed by Paul Sweeney. Thank you.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, and I refer members to my register of interest. I'm a volunteer chair outgoing of Dumfries and Galloway Bus Users Group. I welcome, and I think my Scottish Green colleagues have echoed that, the broad intent of the motion before us today. Affordable bus travel is not a nice to have. It's fundamental to how people access work, education, healthcare and community life, particularly in large rural and post-industrial areas like the one I represent. The expansion of free bus travel for under-22s has been genuinely transformative, and that policy, as we've heard, secured through Scottish Green budget negotiations, has opened up opportunities for young people to reach college, apprenticeships and work across communities like East Kilbride, Galashiels and Dumfries. And it's also freed up household income to spend in local economies instead of on bus fares. And that's real progress, and it deserves recognition. And I'd also like to thank Paul Sweeney and Patrick Harvey for raising the issue of free bus travel for asylum seekers and how crucial that is to maintain. But the scale of government intervention in our bus services now required through free travel schemes, emergency support for operators and proposals for fare caps tells us something really important about the state of our bus system. It tells us that the current deregulated, profit-led model is struggling to deliver affordable, reliable services, particularly outside our biggest cities and urban centres. In South Scotland, the reality of bus fares is stark. A single ticket from Selkirk to Galashiels can cost £4.90 for a 15-minute journey. A return from Stranraer to Dumfries is £14. Even excellent community-run services like the 3C from Straven to Glasgow still costs £6.50 for a single journey. For families, low-paid workers and people in insecure employment, these costs quickly become prohibitive, and that is assuming there's a service at all. So while a £2 fare cap will undoubtedly make a difference, as Ariane Burgess pointed out, increasing passenger numbers by 25% in just a few months, it should also prompt us to ask why such intervention is needed in the first place. Fare caps are not a substitute for a system that works by design rather than by rescue. And this matters not just for affordability, but for our climate responsibilities. Transport remains Scotland's largest source of greenhouse gas emissions. In rural and semi-rural areas, people are often forced into car dependency, not by choice, but by the absence of affordable, reliable public transport. And I thank Dawn for raising the issues of those who do not have a choice. If we're serious about cutting emissions while protecting household budgets, then strong bus networks are not optional, they're essential. And that's why Better Buses legislation is so important. We must reshape how bus services are planned and delivered, particularly in areas that the market has consistently failed. And that legislation must be practical, accessible and properly resourced. A few hours ago, I got an email from a constituent, Alex, who lives on a bus route and would like to use the buses to connect up to train services. But they pointed out the lack of consumer protection when buses fail, and that there is no safeguard when you can't get the next service because your bus hasn't turned up. And that goes back to the points Ariane made about confidence in services, and that Bob Doris made about using different service providers and the challenges of linking up. If these new powers that come are weighed down by bureaucracy, or local authorities and regional transport partnerships are given responsibility without funding, then progress will be slow. And it will be rural communities that lose out. In South Scotland, we don't have time for reforms that take years to materialise. We need services that work now, integrated timetables, new routes and fares people can afford. So while I welcome the ambition of this motion and the progress already made, I urge the Government to treat Better Buses legislation as a moment for real change, one that puts public need, climate action and regional fairness at the heart of our transport system. Thank you.
Paul Sweeney to be followed by David Kirkwood. Up to 7 minutes, please, Mr Sweeney.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer, and I'm pleased to close this debate on behalf of Labour this afternoon and to formally second the amendment in the name of my friend the member for Edinburgh Southern. Today's debate gets to the heart of what our communities need: connection, opportunity and economic equity. We all recognise the immense value of concessionary travel. The original Labour and Liberal Democrat government scheme delivered for the over 60s, alongside those more recent expansions for young and disabled people, has been genuinely transformative. And it is precisely because of that success that I've been proud to lead a cross-party campaign to extend the concessionary bus travel scheme to people seeking asylum in the last Parliament, a vital measure to ensure that the most vulnerable in our society are not cut off from essential services, legal support and their local communities. And it is important that the Government makes that provision permanent. It was one of the best things achieved in the last session of the Parliament, working with Mr Ruskell and the Greens, Mr Doris and the SNP, and indeed Mr Carlaw, former member, and the Conservative benches. And I think that it's a demonstration of the Parliament at its best when we can look after the weakest in our society and ensure social justice prevails. However, whilst we welcome these vital social interventions alongside the rollout of the £2 bus fare cap, albeit 3 years behind other parts of the UK, we must confront a basic reality. A concessionary pass or a £2 fare cap is completely useless if the bus simply never turns up, or if the route has been scrapped altogether by a private bus company pruning their network to push up profits. And indeed, that's exactly the situation my mum faced too as a bank worker when her branch was closed down and she was offered alternative employment in another part of the city of Glasgow. She found that she couldn't get to her shift on time because the bus service wouldn't deliver that for her. So she had to buy a car and commute by car when she previously would use a bus, and she actually qualified for the over 60s bus pass. So that added an extra cost to her ability to access work and reduced her take-home pay. And I think that's a dilemma faced by many workers across Scotland, and is a clear example of how this will materially affect the cost of living and improve things for working people across Scotland. It's just one of many examples, I am sure. I'd also be keen to get reassurance from the Cabinet Secretary, because I understand that the commitment is to roll it out in Strathclyde by the 16th of August. That wasn't a date on the motion, but it would be good in clarification if the Cabinet Secretary would confirm it is indeed targeted for rollout in Strathclyde by the 16th of August. And as the Conservative amendment touches upon, bus provision across Scotland is deteriorating, but the solution is surely not more deregulated market competition. That Tory legacy has been an unmitigated disaster for Scotland, and the solution is now public control. I'm afraid the perspective offered by Mr Hoy today has been one of narrow accountancy, rather than a wider understanding of the economic value of a public transport system to our nation. This isn't just a matter of passenger inconvenience, it's a profound economic failure for our country. As my Prime Minister Johnson alluded to, analysis from the Centre for Cities lays bare the true cost of our fragmented public transport system. Because the network is currently so unreliable, it artificially sinks the effective size of Greater Glasgow's labour market. This connectivity gap stifles agglomeration, limits productivity and creates an economic loss equivalent to 4.5% of the Greater Glasgow economy, GDP, equivalent to the entire oil and gas industry in Scotland. So that is a staggering self-inflicted wound holding the Glasgow City region back. And that is before we even consider the multiplier effects of our manufacturing sector and supporting bus manufacturing in Scotland, the multiplier effects of public procurement reform to put more public demand in bus manufacturing into Scottish manufacturing supply chains. In a city with a below-average car ownership and above-average deprivation, this level of economic self-inflicted damage is simply unacceptable. So, Deputy Presiding Officer, this is a fight I've been involved in for a long time. A decade ago, I helped to set up the Get Glasgow Moving campaign, and for 10 years, passengers across Strathclyde have campaigned to wrestle control of our vital public transport arteries back from private monopolies that have spent decades prioritising shareholder dividends over passenger service and economic growth. And we do not have to look far nor too deep in our history to see what is actually possible in our country. In the early 20th century, Glasgow was a pioneer globally in municipal transport. We built the most extensive electric tramway system anywhere in Britain, and recently we marked the centenary of the Glasgow Corporation motor bus service, which was launched in 1924, specifically to coincide with the landmark Wheatley Housing Act introduced by the first Labour government, ensuring that the new suburbs of municipal housing being developed as a result were fully connected to the rest of the city. Is a level of joined-up and integrated municipal socialist policy that we rarely see today in Scotland. I'm happy to give way on that point.
Michelle Campbell.
Thank you. I suppose it goes into the point that the member had made about the Greater Glasgow point. Being from Renfrewshire, I just want to defend the point that it is very important to have that connectivity into our cities, but it's also important that we recognise that neighbouring sisters and brotherhoods that we have, that our identities are also protected, and that we don't, by default, lose out because of the need for that intercity link. Do you agree with that point? Thank you.
I absolutely agree, and I think it's been a welcome development that we've seen the Greater Glasgow City region developing those policies and trying to improve inter-region connectivity. And I think that it is a huge opportunity for us to grow the whole city region economy on that basis, and we've certainly seen that example elsewhere in the UK. And I think it's important to recognise that public transport should be a system run entirely for the common good, as it was a century ago. It was so efficient and well managed that the surplus generated from the public transport network did not disappear into the offshore bank accounts of private operators. It was reinvested directly back into the city economy by the Glasgow Corporation to fund other essential public services. So our city understood at that time that public transport is a vital and fundamental civic asset, and it should be again. The loss of that civic inheritance, driven by the chaotic, ideologically driven deregulation of bus services 40 years ago, has been a disaster for our communities. And we only need to look across the M8 to see what Strathclyde lost. We must give immense credit to the leaders for the former Lothian region who had the foresight and the political courage to resist deregulation pushed by the Tory Scottish Office and to keep their bus network in public hands. Strathclyde Bus's initial management employee buyout culminated in a takeover by First 30 years ago, and today Lothian Buses remains a shining example of what a publicly owned integrated municipal transport company can achieve. So while Edinburgh protected its public bus network, other cities are now fighting to win them back. Only at the weekend I was in Greater Manchester, and what I saw there was an inspiration. Through the B network, they have taken back control of their buses, delivering franchising, integrating fares and putting passengers first. Why are they succeeding where we are stalling? Because their legislative framework actually works. So contrast Greater Manchester's rapid progress with the sluggish, agonising pace in Greater Glasgow. The Scottish Government routinely praises the 2019 Transport Act, but the reality is the legislation is needlessly complex, riddled with hurdles, and has left regional transport partnerships bogged down in bureaucratic regulation. So while Manchester accelerates ahead, Glasgow is being left behind. And that's why Labour's amendment is so critical. We cannot accept more warm words about future legislation. We need the Scottish Government to take active steps now to make bus franchising a reality, and that means providing the funding and structural support necessary for Strathclyde passenger transport to rapidly exercise their powers, and crucially it means advancing public control of the fare box revenue so that the wealth generated by our transport network is reinvested into fostering new routes, and keeping fares permanently low, just as was done a century ago. Deputy Presiding Officer, it's time to unwind the damage of deregulation, reclaim civic ambition and build an integrated world-class public transport network for our future needs. I urge members to back passengers over profit and support the Labour amendment today.
Thank you. I now call for the final speech in the open debate. Penultimate closing speech. David Kirkwood, please.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer, and I hope you and the Cabinet Secretary will accept my congratulations on your appointments. As this is my first contribution here, I have some people to thank. Firstly, the people of South Scotland for placing sufficient trust in our party to allow me to take up a place here. I will do my best to ensure that trust is not misplaced. Secondly, all of the staff here in Holyrood who have made my introduction to a fairly unique working environment as painless as possible. Thirdly, the other members here who have, by and large, been welcoming of an interloper in their midst. And lastly, and most importantly, my own family, who've had to put up with a lot over the 5.5 years since Reform UK Scotland was founded. It sometimes seemed a lot longer. And now the customary brief travel log. South Scotland, which is, like all of the other constituencies and regions in Scotland, the most beautiful part of Scotland, and it's been my home for nearly all of my life. It's mainly composed of gently rolling and fertile land. It has long coastlines, but it reaches up to the 2 highest villages in all of Scotland. Although it's been inhabited for 14,000 years, the people are spread quite thinly over the land. We're relatively few, but very friendly, so please do come and see us. The fact that a boy from a single end in New Stevenson can find himself here amongst the intellectual elite of Scotland is a tribute to 3 main factors. A loving, hard-working family. My mum was a nurse, and my dad was a toolmaker. A tradition... and that's absolutely true. A traditional Scottish education gained in small towns, schools and in Glaswegian colleges and universities. And the social and professional mobility gained as a result of that education. I want other kids to have the same advantages I had. I can't do anything about their families, but I can help to ensure that the affordable, high-quality, further and higher education that helped me is available to them. For an engineer to be either a shadow portfolio combining innovation, technology and education is rather like a dozen Christmases arriving all at once. For this to be happening in Scotland, a tiny wee country on the edge of Europe that has dominated global innovation for well over 2 centuries, just makes it even more exciting. We may seem like an unlikely nation to hold the title of global innovators, but when you consider that a Scottish monk invented the electric motor in 1740, a mining engineer from the 2nd highest village in Scotland built the world's first practical steamboat, and a native of our wet and chilly country invented refrigeration, you realise that we do unlikely things. Scots seem to have a knack of imagining things that others don't, and to have the smedum to make them happen. This is an enormous asset for our nation, and something that must be nourished. Innovation, though, is not all about making new things. Sometimes it's about making new ways of thinking. And amongst the other things, the concepts of human rights, economics, modern philosophy, geology, environmentalism, and even humour were first described by Scots. We need to move away from the prescriptive kind of teaching that many of our students experience in our schools, colleges and universities, and help them to understand how to think, not what to think. Our university has a very long and distinguished university sector has a very long and distinguished history, and for many years Scotland had 4 universities when England only had 2. However, we need to review the purpose of our tertiary education institutions. My old college, where I gained an SHND in engineering, is now a university. Is it serving Scotland any better? Tony Blair's arbitrary insistence that 50% of all young people should go to university has led to more than a generation of students with life-limiting student loans, many of which have funded degrees of dubious worth. The 50% target must be abandoned, and technical and vocational education and training need to come out of the shadow of academic tuition. Instead of the much-vaunted STEM education, I want Scotland to go full steam ahead. That's science, technology, engineering, arts and maths. A grounding in visual, musical or performing arts will produce a more rounded education and help to encourage diverse modes of thinking and greater creativity. My personal aims in this session include using my own technical capabilities to bring some engineering rigour to the sometimes fanciful and imprecise outputs from this Parliament, including scrapping the nonsensical and destructive net zero targets, encouraging more people into good technical careers at all levels, extending vocational training into the secondary school sphere, and helping to foster the technical and philosophical innovations that will shape our society in the next few decades. I expect to be introducing some innovations of my own, including a scheme to alleviate the problems of access to cash in rural areas, and a way to allow all Scots to see exactly where their tax money goes. I want to help maximise the creativity of Scotland, which is the best part of the best country in the world, and I look forward to working with members of all parties to do that. In all my experience in this Parliament, this has been the most collegiate debate of all, with the highest degree of unanimity, and I'm not going to spoil that now. A healthy economy is characterised by activity and movement. People, goods and money all move around quickly and efficiently, creating wealth as they go. When anything hinders that movement, the economy suffers, and by extension, so do the people. In our rural areas, that activity has been hindered by two main factors: a lack of money in people's pockets for bus fares, and a lack of frequent and reliable buses. Wages in the country areas can often be lower than in urban areas, and journeys are longer, with higher fares. The commercial bus operators have a problem when passenger numbers drop. They may need to reduce frequencies to maintain profitability, but this can lead to a further drop-off in numbers, further reducing profitability, spiralling down into a total service collapse. In a case like this, there may be a very good case for a temporary external stimulus to restore passenger numbers to viability, leading to local economic growth and a self-sustaining route. When people can reliably and affordably travel to work, or to shop, or for leisure, they will do so, and a cheap fare on a reliable bus will permit that. And just on a note on reliability, I'm happy to comment that the entire X74 fleet is being replaced in the next few weeks with rather more reliable buses. The benefit of the fare cap in the country is greater than in the towns, where interurban fares are generally little higher than the £2 cap. Saving £5 or more per day in bus fares can make the difference between a job being worthwhile or not. The £2 cap trial in Highland area seems to be successful, increasing passenger numbers by 30% or so, making it economically sensible for the operators by more than compensating them for the discounted fares they receive from the Scottish Government. It will be very interesting to see the trial report and see the analysis of any economic benefit brought to the area because of it. Franchising is another way of providing a public transport service, and it gives greater economic certainty and less administration cost over the period of the contract. However, the legislation surrounding this needs to be greatly simplified before it can become widespread. But this may well allow the establishment of the community-led bus companies that Patrick Harvey was talking about, and this would not be a bad thing at all. One way to simplify operations and thereby reduce costs is to use intermodal ticketing. But I note that this is still not universal across all our transport systems, although it has been around a long time. I was involved in the first ITSO ferry ticket trial when I worked for CalMac more than 10 years ago, and although they've made a lot of progress, their current delivery plan still shows 27 as the year when they'll accept all ITSO tickets. The simplest, most economical way of running a transport system is when people with good jobs and money in their pockets pay their own way with their own money to buy their own services. At the moment, this isn't possible, but a stimulus to the economy may make it so in the future, and we need to strive for that. Last paragraph. As long as rigorous cost-benefit analysis of capped routes are done, trials are carefully monitored, trial budgets are capped, and efforts are made to rationalise and simplify the legislation around franchising, I can see no reason why we will not support this effort. Thank you.
And we now move to the final speech. Cabinet Secretary Stephen Flynn to respond to the debate.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. And I have to say, I have spoken in 2 debates in this chamber now since I came north from Westminster, returned to this wonderful Parliament, and on both occasions I appear to have found an ability to gain consensus across the chamber. It's a wonderful thing. Ms Bailey is shaking her head, but she missed the debate, the collegiate debate that we had, where everyone agreed that there are positive steps being taken by this government to make sure that people can deal with the cost of living crisis that's in front of them, and that they have a Scottish government that's delivering for them on their priorities. But I'll come back to that in a second, because there was some important points that were made. Mr Rennie looks less than impressed with this approach. But this may well be how the Transport Committee looks in a few short months' time. Well, we'll try and push it as far as we possibly can. Look, there were some important points made during the course of debate about the availability of services, and I understand that, and I get it. We all do. Each and every one of us in this chamber recognises the desire for our constituents to have access to bus services that meet their needs. And quite frankly, in Scotland, that's not being delivered in the way that any of us would want it to see being delivered. But in order for that to change, we can't do as Mr Hoy seems to think we should do, which is to continue doing the same thing over and over and over again, hoping that we're going to get a different outcome. And on the points that Mr Hoy made, may I just say to him that he seems to know the price of absolutely everything, and rightly so. But what he does not know is the value of anything, because he refuses to accept the benefit that our changes that we are seeking to bring in through the fare cap will bring to individuals and their families. Indeed, I'm not even sure he could bring himself to accept the benefits that we've seen through the bus pass as it stands, because for our older people and our disabled people, we know that in 1 year alone, 113 million journeys were made. How many of them would have been made without that bus pass being in place? How many of his constituents would have been socially isolated as a result of him being a curmudgeon? Far too many. And we would do well to ignore the advances of Mr Hoy when it comes to this particular issue. But that doesn't apply just to older people and disabled people. It applies to the young person's bus pass too. Because I was at Buchanan Bus Street today. I heard directly from our young people about the benefits that decision that this Parliament made to move a budget that gave them free bus pass has had. It has changed their lives and opened up a world of opportunity that we never had, that they now do, which is why in the space of just 4 years, 300 million journeys have been taken. And the question that comes in from members around me is, how sustainable is this when it comes to finances? But what none of them seem to want to do is commit, or some of them do, is commit to fulsome discussions through the budget process to make sure that it is, because we have a responsibility to balance our budget. And that is exactly what we have done, and it's exactly what we will continue to do when we deliver the £2 fare cap as set out in our manifesto. And when it comes to that fare cap, of course, I'm more than happy to give way.
I just want to ask the Cabinet Secretary, my constituents are certainly keen to see this rolled out quickly. Is it going to be delivered by the 16th of August, as was indicated previously?
Cabinet Secretary.
I'm actually grateful to Mr Sweeney for reminding me of his comments in that regard, because I'm not entirely sure that date has been given by anyone on these benches. I'm not entirely sure where he got it from. What I've been very clear about is we'll stick to the commitments that was in our manifesto in relation to the 100 days commitments to move this forward as quickly as we possibly can. And I give him that commitment. But Mr Sweeney also made a couple of other remarks. And I do want to work closely with him in relation to this particular issue, because I know it's one he's very passionate about. And he has done some tremendous work in the past, as I've watched from afar. But he's made some comments in relation to a £2 fare cap that exists in England. I see him nodding his head. What he doesn't seem to take into account is I was sitting in Westminster when, if I recall correctly, Keir Starmer increased that by 50% to £3. And of course, what Mr Sweeney hasn't taken into account is that no young people in England under the Labour Party get access to a free bus pass. And indeed, when it comes to an older person, a disabled person's bus pass in England, for a vast number of people, they have to wait until they're 67 to get access to that. So the comparison that he seeks to draw is neither fair nor indeed reasonable, and I will, of course, let him back in.
Mr. Sweeney. Thank the Cabinet Secretary for being generous with interventions. I suppose it's one of the virtues of devolution that we can do things differently in Scotland, and that's exactly what has happened. And if I may complete the point, it's exactly what we did with the original concessionary travel scheme for over 60s, which was a Labour innovation in Scotland. But also, the point is that it's been devolved to city region transport authorities in England. So, for example, in Liverpool and Manchester, the £2 cap continues.
Cabinet Secretary.
I was struggling to hear Mr Sweeney there, but I thought I heard him say correctly that devolution allows us to do things better, and I certainly agree with him in that regard. Now, look, when it comes to the £2 fare cap, we have, of course, seen the pilot that's underway in the Highlands and Islands, which was rightly mentioned by Ariane Burgess. And just to build upon what she was saying, what that means in real terms, if I recall the numbers correctly, is that around 300,000 journeys have been taken using the price cap. What a change, what a transformation. That's exactly what we want to see, and it's exactly what we want to build upon. And you know, that's something that goes to the heart of everything that we are seeking to do in government. We're seeking to ensure that people have the opportunity to get on in life and to partake in society and in their communities. We know that there is no economy, no functioning, strong economy, without a transport system that works. And I think all of us can hopefully come to agreement, as we did during debate earlier, that these decisions, these important, tough decisions, are the right thing for the people who represent, who've elected us to represent them here in this chamber during a cost of living crisis, where pressures far outwith the control of this Parliament, primarily driven, of course, by the decisions of Westminster, are impacting our constituents directly. So we're using the levers that we can to help them in their daily lives, and that is incredibly important to me. Of course, I'll give way to Mr Johnson.
Daniel Johnson.
I'm grateful for giving way and apologies to Mr Harvey. Saying that the government will get on, and yet we've seen such slow progress on bus franchising. Perhaps the Cabinet Secretary could address why we've seen such little progress in 6 years, and how does he intend to accelerate that?
Cabinet Secretary.
Mr Johnson made this point earlier for members who weren't in the chamber, and I had to remind them that SPT, the biggest player right now, is taking forward progress in that regard, and that's a positive thing. But Mr Johnson earlier, and we seem to be in agreement on a lot of this, and we are, of course, going to support his amendment here today, but in his opening remarks he listed a whole host of projects that he wants to happen. And I would say to him that if he wants these things to happen, if he wants that progress to be made, then engage with us. Have those discussions with us in the run-up to the budget. I'm sure the Deputy First Minister would be delighted to do that, so we can have progress. I'm going to make some progress, because I am very conscious that time is drawing to a close. And I want to address an important point that was raised by Mr Hoy and rightly by Mr Rennie. I told him that I would address this in relation to antisocial behaviour, because none of us in this chamber can accept any individual who works on our buses being treated in the fashion that we have seen, and in some of the terrible instances that have occurred in parts of Scotland, particularly in the Murray constituency, which we're all very familiar with. And members who were in the previous Parliament will be conscious of the fact that an SI was passed in March, which creates that framework in relation to addressing antisocial behaviour, whether that's by a young person or indeed by an older person. I don't think we can be explicit in that regard, but what we need to do is make sure that that code of conduct is put in place, and I'm expecting that to come back across my desk in the coming months, so that we can put this issue to bed and make sure that our bus drivers are safe at work. And just finally, Presiding Officer, I met a wonderful bus driver today in Glasgow, a chap called Tahir. He's very proud of the work that he does, and I think it's right on this day of all days, given there's been a little bit of interest in my own travel plans, to be able to take part in this debate, but also to move the motion in my name, and to thank Tahir and all his colleagues for the work that they do serving the people of Scotland on a daily basis. Thank you, President Officer.
Thank you. That concludes the debate on affordable bus fares. It's now time to move on to the next item of business, which is a debate on motion 380 in the name of John Swinney on appointment of law officers. I invite members who wish to speak in the debate to press the request to speak buttons now. Before the First Minister speaks, I remind members that under Rule 11.3, the question on this motion will be put immediately after the debate. John Swinney, 8 minutes, please.
Sir, I am pleased to nominate a new Lord Advocate and a new Solicitor General for Scotland to Parliament today, to welcome them both to the Chamber at my side and their families to the gallery. Before doing so, I would like to pay tribute to the outgoing Lord Advocate, the Right Honourable Dorothy Bain, KC, and thank her for her outstanding service to Scotland, first in her previous role, where she was widely recognised and praised as an exceptional prosecutor, and second over the past 5 years as Scotland's Lord Advocate. Dorothy Bain has delivered many outstanding achievements during her time as Lord Advocate. Her commitment to more effectively prosecuting those who commit violence against women and girls has ensured that those who carry out these crimes are more likely to be held to account. Not just an outstanding lawyer, Dorothy Bain has led by example. She has taken a personal interest when engaging with victims before a trial takes place, acting at all times with grace and empathy to those involved. As a result of this, she has successfully argued for changes in the law of evidence in Scotland's courts, which have allowed more accused to be prosecuted. She has challenged unduly lenient sentences in the appeal court, helping to ensure that Scotland's sentencing practice truly reflects the harm caused by sexual offending. Dorothy Bain is an outstanding lawyer with 40 years of unimpeachable service to the public interest in Scotland. She alone is responsible for more cases of sexual violence of men against women being brought to justice than any other person, and I thank Dorothy Bain very much for her exceptional service and wish her well for the future. Presiding Officer, when I was sworn in as First Minister at the Court of Session last month, the Lord President referenced the importance of the rule of law to the operation of our democratic society. I want to dwell on the importance of the rule of law in making these appointments today. The Lord Advocate and Solicitor General play a vital role in Scotland in upholding the rule of law, in the administration of justice and as guardians of the public interest. The appointment of the Lord Advocate and Solicitor General is important to how we uphold our law in Scotland. My proposed appointments of the law officers is based on the substantial experience of both nominees in both criminal and civil law matters. Since 2021, Ruth Charteris KC has served as Scotland's Solicitor General. She brings a wealth of experience, having demonstrated outstanding legal expertise and leadership throughout her career. In that capacity, she has earned widespread respect across the legal profession and beyond, making her exceptionally well qualified to serve as Scotland's Lord Advocate. Before her appointment as Solicitor General, Ruth Charteris was Standing Junior Counsel to the Scottish Government and a full-time Advocate Depute at the Crown Office. She has also chaired the Fitness to Practice panel of the Scottish Social Services Council. Over her time in post as Solicitor General, she has contributed successfully to major cases, including arguing before the UK Supreme Court recently on the importance of the independence of the judiciary. Her advice as a legal advisor both to me and to Cabinet has been invaluable over recent years. Since 2021, Ruth Charteris has taken forward work on reform and putting the interests of victims and witnesses at the centre of our justice system. Together with the outgoing Lord Advocate, she has driven that forward successfully and has demonstrated a strong personal interest in prosecuting human trafficking and modern slavery much more effectively. I have asked her to continue this work as Lord Advocate. I am in no doubt whatsoever that Ruth Charteris has the ability and integrity to take on the role of the Lord Advocate, and I am grateful to her for her commitment to public service in agreeing to take on this important task. Presiding Officer, it is important for any Lord Advocate to have a strong Solicitor General by their side. Having consulted with Ruth Charteris, I recommend that Brian J. Gill KC be appointed as Solicitor General. Mr Gill is a highly experienced advocate and prosecutor and a candidate of outstanding calibre. He is currently a full-time Advocate Depute, a role he has held since 2021. Mr Gill has acted in many judicial reviews and statutory appeals to the Court of Session and the UK Supreme Court, and was previously Standing Junior Counsel to the Advocate General for Scotland and the Home Office. He is also Chair of the Government's independent review of the valuation of licensed hospitality properties. Both Ruth Charteris and Brian Gill share my Government's overarching aim to make a difference to the lives of the people of Scotland. I have every confidence that they will continue to reform and improve our criminal justice services. They will do so by leading prosecutors in the establishment of a new sexual offences court, bringing jury trials to a conclusion at the earliest opportunity, and concluding complex death investigations as quickly as possible. Presiding Officer, I know that our new law officers will provide honest and consistent legal advice to Cabinet and Ministers. This is the case even, as some of my predecessors have said on several occasions, when Ministers do not like it or do not want to hear it. It is clear under the current system the law officers can and do carry out their roles with independence and integrity. They always have done and they will always continue to do so. That is necessary to uphold the rule of law. Presiding Officer, Ruth Charteris and Brian Gill will be a formidable team as Lord Advocate and Solicitor General and will serve Scotland well. I commend their nominations to Parliament and move the motion in my name.
Thank you. I call on Amanda Bland. Up to 4 minutes, please.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, and thank you, First Minister. The First Minister is seeking Parliament's agreement today to recommend to His Majesty the King Ruth Charteris KC to the role of Lord Advocate and Brian Gill KC to the role of Solicitor General. The Lord Advocate has a unique position as both the Chief Legal Advisor to the Government and Head of the Prosecution System, which has understandably led to ongoing speculation and concerns about potential conflicts of interest and accountability. Some serious doubts had been raised about the dual role of the Lord Advocate when it emerged that the First Minister was informed of criminal charges against Peter Morrell nearly a year before they were made public. And of course, this raises concerns. The public need to know that all criminal cases are handled impartially and without political interference. The public concern should be addressed, and a parliamentary inquiry into the moral embezzlement scandal would address those concerns. However, I understand that the Scottish Government have ruled out splitting the Lord Advocate's dual role and ruled out a parliamentary inquiry into the Peter Morrell embezzlement scandal. In England, the role of Attorney General and the post of Director of Prosecutions are held by two different people, and this seems logical and avoids any conflict of interest. Subject to Parliament agreeing the motions today, can the Scottish Government confirm what criteria was used when selecting a candidate for the Lord Advocate position, and were alternative governance models considered before recommending Ruth Charteris KC for the role? And finally, Reform UK Scotland seeks to separate the Lord Advocate responsibilities as both Chief Advisor to the Government and the Head of the Prosecution Service. We therefore do not back this motion. Thank you, Presiding Officer.
Thank you. I now call on Anna Sawar to 4 minutes, please.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Can I start by putting on record my thanks and the thanks of the Scottish Labour Party for the work done by Dorothy Bain KC as Lord Advocate over the last 5 years. Dorothy Bain is a highly regarded professional, giving dedicated service to her country and to her profession, and we thank her for that service. The office of Lord Advocate is one of the most serious and sensitive roles in public life. It requires independence, judgment and a clear sense of public duty. During her tenure, we have seen major challenges and changes, including several First Ministers, high-profile police investigations and the change of the monarch, all of which have required the expertise of Dorothy Bain. And in that time, serious political questions around the dual role of the Lord Advocate, their duties, remit and responsibilities have emerged. These are legitimate questions, issues of conflict and compromise, but none, and I stress none, question the ability or the character or the integrity of the individual. But these are legitimate questions for this Parliament and for the Government. And the SNP Government's refusal to properly face up to these questions has left the Parliament dealing with a role that still requires reform. And let me just emphasise, In some ways, that itself, the failure of that itself to address this issue is unfair on the occupant of the office of Lord Advocate. Because, let me stress this again, this debate is not about the ability or the character of Ruth Charteris, or indeed anyone who has held that office before her. Ruth Charteris is someone I like, I respect, and who I hold in high regard, like her predecessor, and I have no doubt she will do this job to the best of her ability and to the standard that the people in this country expect. Because today's choice is about choosing who is best placed to occupy an office that remains flawed, but which remains central to the rule of law in Scotland. And as the Solicitor General since 2021, and with an illustrious career as an advocate and a KC, it is clear that Ruth Charteris is more than qualified for the important role she is now set to occupy. A highly respected legal professional, I am sure that Ruth Charteris KC will bring her extensive experience and her well-honed experience to the role of Lord Advocate. And similarly, Brian Gill KC, one of Scotland's most senior advocates who has acted on legislation like the withdrawal from the European Union, brings a great amount of knowledge and insight to the role of Solicitor General. Both Ruth Charteris KC and Brian Gill KC are highly respected and commended legal professionals who I am sure will do all they can to serve the Government and, by extension, the people of this great country. And as this new Parliament continues to find its feet following the election, I think few MSPs would not agree with me that the need for senior law officers who are committed to the highest standards of public service is clear. In only the last few years, we have seen the need for the people of Scotland to have a clear voice to challenge and engage with the machinery of the justice system, whether it be the Emma Caldwell case, the Sheku Bayo case, the scandal at the Queen Elizabeth University Hospital, the infected blood scandal, the Post Office Horizon scandal, and the ongoing Scottish COVID inquiry. Behind each of these cases are people, families and communities who have had to fight for answers, and all these issues and more demand the highest quality of legal advice at the heart of government, and a serious understanding of the duty of the law that is to serve the people of this country. The law must serve the public. It must not serve the convenience of institutions, the comfort of ministers, or the interests of those already in positions of power. That's what the country expects from its new Lord Advocate and its Solicitor General. And I am sure this is the role that both Ruth Charteris KC and Brian Gill KC will do to their utmost to fulfil. And let me just say in closing, today we support the appointments before this Parliament, but we do again call for a serious debate, a plan and a timeline for the reforming of the role of the Lord Advocate. That should be a serious, constructive debate rooted in the public interest. And let me again take this opportunity to congratulate both Ruth Charteris KC and Brian Gill KC, and I look forward to engaging with them positively and thank them for the service they've already given to our country, and I'm sure they'll continue to give in the coming years.
Thank you. Now call on Maggie Chapman, up to 3 minutes, please.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. And I am pleased to speak in support of this motion, recommending the appointment of Ruth Charteris KC as Lord Advocate and Brian Gill KC as Solicitor General for Scotland. Before turning to the appointments before us, though, I want to take a moment to recognise, as others have done, the significant contribution of Dorothy Bain KC during her time as Lord Advocate. The role carries immense responsibility, and it is often undertaken under intense public and political scrutiny. Throughout her tenure, Dorothy Bain demonstrated a deep commitment to the rule of law, to the independence of the prosecution service, and to ensuring that our justice system works for those who too often find themselves excluded from it. In particular, I want to acknowledge her efforts to help rebalance justice in favour of the marginalised and of victim survivors of crimes of abuse of power, such as sexual violence. Whether in relation to victims of crime, survivors of abuse, or people whose voices have historically been overlooked within legal processes, she showed a clear understanding that justice is not simply about procedure, but about fairness, dignity and, importantly, humanity. For that service, she deserves our recognition and our thanks. I also want to recognise the work of Ruth Charteris KC as Solicitor General. Over recent years, she has built a reputation for diligence, professionalism and the deepest integrity. She has brought considerable legal expertise to the office and has played an important role in supporting the work of Scotland's law officers during a period marked by significant constitutional, social and legal challenges. The Office of Lord Advocate occupies a unique position within Scotland's constitutional arrangements. It requires not only legal excellence, but judgment, independence and a commitment to the public interest. Ruth Charteris brings those qualities to the role, and I wish her every success as she takes on these new responsibilities. Likewise, I welcome Brian Gill, KC, as Solicitor General. He takes up office at a time when public confidence in our institutions, access to justice and the protection of fundamental rights remain of vital importance, and all are at risk. So I look forward to seeing the contribution he will make in that role. I wish both appointees well, and I hope they will continue the work of building a justice system that is fair, compassionate, accountable and accessible to all. They have my support now, and I look forward to working with them over the coming term. Thank you, Presiding Officer.
Thank you. And I call on Alex Cole-Hamilton to 2 minutes, please.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. And before coming to the appointments before the Parliament today, can I too, on behalf of the Scottish Liberal Democrats, pay tribute to Dorothy Bain, KC, the second woman to hold the post of Lord Advocate in our country. Also, somebody who was very generous with her time with me, very generous and forgiving of my lack of understanding of the law at times. But somebody, I think, who brought forward groundbreaking guidance, particularly as regards safe consumption rooms, as with the Thistle Centre, which I was fortunate enough to visit at the start of this year, a facility that has saved nearly 100 lives since it opened, and I think a lot of that is thanks to her visionary application of that guidance. Can I welcome Ruth Charteris, KC, and Brian Gill, KC, to their appointments and assure them of our support this afternoon. These are the highest law offices in the land, and it is important we have people of calibre and respect, and I think in both of the nominees before us we have people who have that in spades. But can I also respectfully say to the Government, it's perfectly acceptable to respect the legal competence and experience of the nominees before us, but to recognise that the case for reform of these offices is now unanswerable. When Dorothy Bain was appointed 5 years ago, as the SNP had recognised at the time of the election just preceding that, when they had promised to consult on reform of these offices, that the risks of having a Lord Advocate acting both as Chief Prosecutor and Principal Legal Advisor to the Government, as a full and active member of the Cabinet, presented many risks. These are very different skill sets, and I think that the intervening period has only reinforced and underscored the case for reform. As we've heard, England has an Attorney General to advise the Government, but a separate Director of Public Prosecutions. This is a reform that has been emulated both in the Republic of Ireland and recently in Northern Ireland. But I recognise we need law officers and will support the nominees before us today. There are big challenges before them, both in terms of drug policy enforcement and in fixing our broken fatal accident inquiry system. I congratulate them on ascending to these offices today, and we will support the motion before us.
Thank you. And the First Minister to wind up. 4 minutes, please.
Thank you, President Officer. Can I thank colleagues for their contributions to the debate and just address a few of the points that have been made. On a specific point, Amanda Bland raised issues about the conduct of criminal cases, and I would confirm on the record, as has been confirmed on many occasions in the past, that wherever there is an issue in relation to the conduct or exercise of in legal issues in connection with a politician, the law officers are not involved in the scrutiny of that case, and that's done independently by representatives of the Crown, but never involving the Lord Advocate or the Solicitor General. Can I warmly thank colleagues for the comments that have been made in relation to the service of Dorothy Bain as Lord Advocate. Dorothy Bain has so much to be proud of in exercising the role and the responsibilities of Lord Advocate, and I welcome the comments that have been made. I also am very grateful to the support that's been expressed for the appointments that I bring to Parliament, and I think Mr Sarwar made an important contribution when he indicated his confidence in the professional approach and capabilities of the two nominees that I brought forward, and I'm grateful to him for the comments that he made. Both Mr Sarwar and Mr Cole-Hamilton made the point that whilst supporting the nominations and the calibre of individuals that I brought forward to serve in these roles, it is also entirely legitimate to consider the nature of the role and whether there is the potential for reform. And I accept that point. And it's important that Parliament conducts its discussions on these questions substantially, because there are big issues involved. The Government started work on this issue, and we published just shortly before the election the report prepared by the former Law Commission Chief Executive Malcolm Macmillan on the role of the Lord Advocate, which was designed to inform and structure debate on these questions. And I am happy to confirm to Parliament that the Government is willing to engage with parties across the Chamber on considering the case for reform, and to ensure that we do that in an open and a considered fashion to ensure that all of the relevant issues, because there are significant issues involved, are properly aired before Parliament considers any further change. I should point out, of course, that this would require Westminster legislation to take forward any reform, but that's for some time down the road. What I would say to Maggie Chapman, I appreciate the comments that Maggie Chapman made, and she talked about the importance of the legal system, of the law officers being at the heart of ensuring our justice system is accountable and accessible. And that is obviously the driving approach of the law officers that are being nominated, but obviously the law officers operate within a legal system where the independence of the judiciary is sacrosanct, then the role of Parliament and the Government are clear in those relationships. But fundamentally, ensuring there is open access to the justice system and that the justice system meets the needs of the public is central to the role that will be taken forward by the law officers. I am grateful to Parliament for its consideration of these appointments today, and for the recognition in Parliament that I have brought forward for nomination as Lord Advocate and Solicitor General Ruth Charteris and Brian Gill, two outstanding representatives of our legal profession, who I know will continue to build on the formidable records they have amassed in protecting the public interest of Scotland, but they will do so in new and significant roles in Scotland as the Lord Advocate and the Solicitor General, and I look forward to parliamentary support for their appointments.
Thank you. That concludes the debate on appointment of law officers. The question is that motion 380, in the name of John Swinney, on appointment of law officers, be agreed. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is not agreed. Therefore, we'll move to a vote. There will be a short suspension to allow members to access the digital voting system. We will now restart proceedings. The question is that motion 380 in the name of John Swinney be agreed. Please vote now. Voting is closed. Point of order, Paul McLennan.
Unable to connect, I would have voted yes.
Your vote has been recorded. Hannah Mary Goodlad.
I would have voted yes as well. I wasn't able to.
Your vote has been recorded. The result of the vote on motion 380 in the name of John Swinney is yes 102, no 16. The motion is therefore agreed. It's now time to move on to the next item of business, which is consideration of business motion 377 in the name of Jamie Hepburn on behalf of the Parliamentary Bureau setting a business programme. I call on Jamie Hepburn to move the motion.
Move, Presiding Officer.
No member is asked to speak to the motion. The question, therefore, is that motion 377 be agreed. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are all agreed. The next item of business is consideration of two Parliamentary Bureau motions. I ask Jamie Hepburn on behalf of the Parliamentary Bureau to move motions 378 on suspension, variation of standing orders and 379 on designation of lead committee. Would you like to move these? The questions on these motions were put at decision time. And the next item of business consideration of Parliamentary Bureau motion 397 in the name of Jamie Hepburn on behalf of the Parliamentary Bureau on suspension of standing orders, and I ask Jamie Hepburn on behalf of the Parliamentary Bureau to move the motion.
Move, Presiding Officer.
I'd like to ask, or invite, I should say, Rachel Hamilton to speak to the motion.
Thanks, Presiding Officer. Firstly, I acknowledge that the Scottish Government requested that the UK legislation be amended to require consent for the exercise of powers in relation to steel undertakings in Scotland where these powers are exercised for devolved purpose. And that request was not accepted. And the Scottish Government has therefore said that it cannot recommend consent for the bill. Standing Order Rule 9B 3.5 disapplies the usual requirement for a lead committee to be designated to consider the LCM and report to Parliament. So Parliament is now being asked to decide the legislative consent motion without that committee stage. And that would ordinarily fall to the Economy, Tourism and Energy Committee, on which I sit and which will convene next Tuesday. And whilst we understand that the bill is being fast-tracked at Westminster for obvious reasons because of the need to safeguard the steel industry, we're being asked to take a view without the fuller scrutiny that committee consideration would provide. The Scottish Conservatives disagree with the decision to proceed without the committee consideration and instead to ask Parliament to determine the LCM directly, and no equivalent scrutiny process has been offered, and a chamber debate is much less robust, and it's not a form of scrutiny much better than committee consideration. And clearly the best route to that scrutiny is through that lead committee and the Economy, Energy and Tourism Committee, which does sit for the next sitting next week. And even with a tight timetable, which I understand, time could be found for more focused evidence-taking. And despite this tight timing, committee consideration of such an important sector would allow focused questions. It would allow people to give evidence and gather and analyse, which is much more robust than the suggested alternative that we see before us today. And urgency without care dilutes the scrutiny, especially in areas that cut across devolved and reserved matters. And it is with good faith that we raise these concerns based on public interest. Thank you, Presiding Officer.
Thank you. Jamie Hepburn to respond.
Thank you very much, President Officer. I do recognise it is regrettable that I am having to stand before Parliament today and ask that it suspend standing orders to allow the first motion alleged with consent in this session to come straight to Chamber. By way of background, the Steel Industry Nationalisation Bill was introduced by the UK Government on the 14th of May 2026, having been announced in the King's Speech the day prior. There was no substantive engagement from the UK Government on this bill prior to its introduction. The Secretary of State for Business and Trade only wrote to the First Minister on the 13th of May, setting out the intent to introduce the bill the following day. At the time of the bill's introduction, after the Scottish Parliament elections and during the period of government formation, was always going to be challenging, but this has been compounded by the lack of prior engagement from the UK Government, despite their intent to expedite the passage of the steel bill through the UK Parliament. There will be no opportunity for this Parliament to consider whether to grant legislative consent to this bill after our summer recess. And I think it is important to press that point. We will not have the opportunity on the UK Government's, the UK Parliament's timescale to consider whether or not to grant consent after our summer recess. That's why, yes, of course.
Rachel Hamilton.
Jamie Hepburn for taking the intervention. I mean, we are a powerful Parliament. The Bureau doesn't have to consider that the committee has the ability not to sit on a day, that the committee can actually request, and we have a full week left next week, the committee could request to witnesses to give evidence on a day that the committee does not sit. So it is entirely possible.
Minister.
Well, I was going to come to that point because I actually do recognise that point. That was something that was considered on Ms Hamilton's concerns. There was engagement with the committee, and the convener of the committee indicated that he was content for the committee not to consider the LCM in this case. So, with the greatest will in the world and the greatest respect, the Government can only do so much, and indeed Bureau Collective can only do so much if it engages with the committee to offer it that opportunity, even again recognise it wouldn't be an ideal timescale and ideal circumstances, but to be able to undertake that scrutiny, and the committee says it doesn't want to do so. The member will appreciate the Government cannot compel, and I don't think Parliament would want the Government to compel any committee to undertake scrutiny it doesn't want to do. So that's why Bureau has agreed to seek to expedite the vote on the motion on legislative consent to ensure that Parliament is able to take its collective view next week. Happy to do so.
Rachel Hamilton.
But the business manager will know that the committee has not sat and that the committee members were not aware that the convener had rejected the possibility that we could actually bring in witnesses next week.
Minister.
Well, I believe that was communicated to all business managers. That's certainly my understanding. It was certainly communicated to me. And again, with the best will in the world, I can only do so much to try and facilitate committee consideration. And I will do that. Every opportunity I have, I will seek to do so. But the fundamental fact of the matter is that the timescale for the consideration of this UK legislation is not in the hands of this Parliament. And if we don't agree, yes, I'll give way to Mr Sweeney.
Paul Sweeney.
Thank you, President Officer. The only consideration really operationally in Scotland for this bill would be the DL Steelworks in Motherwell, which is a critical industrial facility. Has the business manager got any indication of whether this will have a direct impact on the operation and efforts to restart the DL Steelworks in Motherwell, and what the implications might be of the Parliament meeting extraordinarily to ensure that that is not affected?
Minister.
With the best will in the world to Mr Sweeney, that sounds very much like a matter for the substantive debate on the LCM next week on whether or not Parliament decides to grant consent or withhold consent. Now, the Scottish Government has taken a position, is presenting that to Parliament. It will be incumbent on Parliament to consider it. The fundamental point I make today, and this is inescapable. If we do not agree the variation standing orders today, Parliament will not have that opportunity. And I say with the best will in the world, I think we could fully expect... Of course I will.
I'm very grateful to the Minister for giving way, and he'll forgive me because Liberal Democrats are not represented on the Economy Committee, so we're unclear as to the process that's been followed in this occasion. Is he clear that when he asked the convener of the committee, that the convener of the committee had sought the representations from each member and each party represented on that committee?
Minister.
Well, again, I say with respect, it is not the government's place to handhold the committee and talk through the entire process of how any committee might want to consider these matters. So there is a limit to how far I can undertake that exercise. The point of the matter is that the government has engaged with the committee, and we've had the feedback from the convener, and I'm now bringing forward this motion to vary standing orders, because if we don't agree this, if we do not agree this today, and Parliament should go into this with its eyes wide open, if we don't agree this today, this Parliament will not have the opportunity to determine for itself whether or not it grants or withholds consent. And the point I was going to make, and I think with the best will in the world, I think we all are experienced have to recognise, if we don't, the UK government isn't going to stop its processes, it's not going to withdraw its bill, it's not going to halt its processes, and it will go ahead whether or not we've had the chance to do so. I don't think that's in the spirit of the evolution settlement, and I urge Parliament to back this motion today.
Thank you. So the question on this motion will be put at decision time, to which we now turn, and there are 7 questions to be put as a result of today's business. The first question is Amendment 367.1 in the name of Graham Simpson, which seeks to amend Motion 367 in the name of Stephen Flynn on affordable bus fares, be agreed. Are we all agreed? No. We are not agreed, therefore we will move to a vote. Please vote now. Voting is closed. The result of the vote on Amendment 367.1 in the name of Graham Simpson is yes 23, no 78. There were 15 abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. The next question is Amendment 367.3 in the name of Daniel Johnson. Be agreed. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is not agreed. Please vote now. Voting is closed. Kate Evans.
Yeah, sorry, my technology didn't work and I would have voted yes.
Your vote has been recorded. The result of the vote on Amendment 367.3 in the name of Daniel Johnson is as follows. Yes, 84. No, 26. There were 9 abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. The next question is Amendment 367.4 in the name of Craig Hoy be agreed. Are we all agreed? No. The Parliament is not agreed. Please vote now. Voting is closed. Point of order, Gillian Martin.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I could not connect. I would have voted no.
Your vote has been recorded. The result of the vote on Amendment 367.4 in the name of Craig Hoy is yes, 10, no, 107. The amendment was therefore not agreed to. The next question is that motion 367 in the name of Stephen Flynn, as amended on affordable bus fares, be agreed. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are not agreed. We will therefore vote now. Voting is closed. Point of order, Catherine Sangster.
I couldn't connect to the digital platform. I would have voted yes.
Your vote has been recorded. The result of the vote on motion 367 in the name of Stephen Flynn as amended is yes 93, no 26. The motion as amended is therefore agreed. The next question is that motion 378 in the name of Jamie Hepburn on suspension variation of standing orders be agreed. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are all agreed. The next question is that motion 379 in the name of Jamie Hepburn on designation of lead committee be agreed. Are we all agreed? Motion is agreed. The final question is that motion 397 in the name of Jamie Hepburn on suspension of standing orders be agreed. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are not agreed. Please vote now. Voting is closed. The result of the vote on motion 397 in the name of Jamie Hepburn is yes 108, no 10. The motion is therefore agreed. And that concludes decision time. And I would just like to say actually that in about 1.5 minutes, a reception which I'm to chair on the Consular Corps who are invited to the Parliament will begin. If we hadn't actually changed our standing orders, we'd be having to wait for about an hour outside while we have members' business. So I'm glad that Parliament agreed to that change. We'll now move on to members' business and ask members who are leaving the chamber to do so quietly.